It's been fun to have conversations with these guys because they truly want to get better, and they're truly about being better as a team and pushing each other. And as we've gotten close to camp, they've been taken to another level in terms of just competition, pushing each other, talking to each other on the court. So this training camp is going to be super competitive because our guys have gotten better, and they all want to take a step individually, and they all want to take a step as a team. I think you can see from the summertime, Jose Alvarado playing in some games with the Puerto Rican national team, and how that's really helped his game and his maturity and his confidence. Same thing with Jonas Valanciunas over with the Lithuanian national team, playing in FIBA qualifiers and playing in the Eurobasket and leading his team. And then obviously Willie Hernan Gomez, what he did with the Spanish national team, leading his team to a Eurobasket gold and championship and being the MVP, which amazing accomplishment for him and probably the biggest accomplishment of any NBA player over the summer, winning that Eurobasket. And, Doncic, Giannis, and Jokic were all in the same competition. He's the one that's named Eurobasket MVP, so that's thrilling for us and exciting for us. And, we just believe this is going to be a really exciting training camp, and we're excited for it because these guys have been pushing themselves all summer. They've been in the gym all summer, so we're excited. We're looking forward to the special group coming together and getting started.
This roster looks very similar to the one that ended the season in April. Why did y'all feel like running it back was the right thing to do here?
I think I alluded to some of that right now, but I think we feel we have a special group. I think it's a good mix of talented youth and experienced vets. We have a lot of depth. We can go small, we can go big, we can play fast, we can play slow. And I think with the run that we had towards the end of last year, this group is committed to each other, and they want to really give it a full season and see how good that they can be. And I think that was important to us, and you could even feel the momentum and kind of the camaraderie over the summer even get stronger.
And you touched on this a little bit, but just what's your viewpoint on just the anticipation coming into this season for you guys, just the amount of eyes that's going to be on this team coming off of what you guys did at last year and obviously adding Z to the mix?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is our guys are ready. The amount of work that they put in over the summer, the amount of time that they've been here, the amount of time that they've been together, these guys have gotten better. And that's what's exciting for us, and I think that's what's exciting for them is they've seen each other so much, and they know that they're invested as a team, and they look across the gym and they look at one another and how they're getting in early. I mean, our guys are getting in the gym at 7:30, 8 a.m. to get their work in. They're not coming in at 1 in the afternoon. Like these guys, they're focused, they're determined, and that's what's exciting for us. So they know the eyes are going to be on them. They can feel the fever in the city of the fans and people talking about them and talking about the team. And like I said, there's a lot more Pelicans gear being worn on the streets than ever before. I even was in did some tournaments with my son going to Jackson, Mississippi, and going to Birmingham, Alabama, and there's Pels gear in those AAU gyms. So that's fun to see. But our guys know, but our guys are ready.
Obviously there's the continuity part of it, but what are some other advantages of basically bringing back the same roster plus a Z and a Dyson and having that core together?
I think the continuity is huge. I think in this league, it's hard to get continuity. Just when you look across the league, a lot of teams change. And, my time with the Spurs, I think that was really important and why we were able to be successful. As you bring back the same roster, you don't have to introduce a lot of new things. Willie and his staff isn't going to have to introduce new people to new terminology. You can start running from day one and really work on some things that are going to help you at the start of the season. You don't get a whole lot of time. I mean, we get about 5-6 practices, and we're into our first game in 3 weeks, first preseason game in 3 weeks, and we're into our first game. So we're going to hit the ground running, and our guys are excited about that.
And our time with Dyson was short this summer. What have you kind of seen from him since then?
Well, you're going to see a different Dyson than you saw in one game, I'll tell you that. We saw a different Dyson when he came back. Probably mid-August. He didn't mess around. He was frustrated at the fact that he couldn't play in the summer league. And I think just the lead up with the pre-draft process, going through the draft and going into summer league, he was fatigued. And I'm not saying that was the reason why he got hurt, but he got his legs under him. he's going to be really good. He just needs to get on the court and play and get that experience. But he's not a guy you don't have to run plays for him. He's going to figure it out. You can throw him on the court with anybody, and he's a worker. He's a competitor. He's going to push practice. He's going to get better, but he's going to make everybody around him better as well.
You sort of touched on this, but this is the first time in your tenure here that you're also having continuity with the coaching staff. How important is that from a growth standpoint?
Well, we have a good one, right? We have a really good one in Willie Green. And I think he's had a whole summer to work with his staff and have his staff together, right? Because of his run last year with the Phoenix Suns to the final and the compressed summer, he didn't have much of a time to get his feet here on ground and really even get ready for camp, let alone have the fast camp that we had last year. So that continuity is going to be incredibly important for our guys and for our team. Like I said, we can hit the ground running tomorrow in camp instead of implementing a lot of new terminology and plays like we had to do last year. So everybody's going to be familiar with him and staff, and then we can go right away.
Trajan, can you talk about this team's chemistry and how's it compared to like teams you've been around before or played on before?
They really enjoy being around each other. I think they know what to expect from each other every day. They're going to compete for roles on this team. They're going to compete for minutes, for responsibility. And that's why I say this next week is going to be really, really fun through the first 5 preseason games and to see who Willie's going to roll out as a starting 5 and who's going to be in that rotation. But it's going to be competitive throughout. I mean, the team that played against Phoenix at the end is a completely different team that played in the first week of the regular season last year. So, it's ever molding, it's ever changing. But like I said, it's going to be competitive, and our guys are going to stay ready because they know if somebody goes down or something happens, Willie's going to give that next guy up a chance. He did that last year. He's going to continue to do that. That's what he preaches from day to day. So these guys are going to stay ready, but they're also going to have each other's back. So when you talk about chemistry, when you talk about guys that are together, I think it's important for guys that aren't playing to know that they're also going to get a chance and have those guys in front of them's backs, and that's what we have with this group.
Trajan, you're in David's evaluation. What did you take from the rookie league? Because I know, as you said, you do have a short week. The rookie camp that you guys did in Vegas, what did you guys take away from that?
No, I know all of our guys got hurt in summer league, so that was frustrating. Obviously Dyson went down, EJ goes down, and Carlo has a cut on his finger. So the guys that we brought in got hurt. So that's what we had to actually evaluate is how do we make sure that this doesn't happen going forward. So, but look, our group in the summertime was great too. I think we had a lot of camaraderie with that group, a lot of camaraderie within our staff. Again, it just creates another opportunity for our guys to grow closer, keep working, understand what's important. And it's just another stepping stone coming into a very important season this year.
You guys got the CJ extension done before the start of camp. I think we saw last year what he's able to do on the court. How valuable is the intangible stuff that we in the media don't get to see all the time for you guys?
Incredibly important. When I talk about a mix of young guys and vets, obviously he's the vet that's really continuing to message the things that are important from our coaching staff, from our performance staff. He seems to always message something at the end, a follow-up to something. If our staff gets in front of the team and says something that's important, whether it's about sleep recovery or nutrition, he's always messaging the importance of that as well from his side and his experience, which I think is incredibly important when it comes from a guy who has seen it and done it at his level for a long time. It's very impactful to our young guys, even more so than staff members. So it was very important for us to get that done. We're excited he's going to be here for 4 years going forward, and I think he is too.
And just how excited are you guys about just having Zion healthy going into camp and seeing what he can add to this group once he gets on the floor?
Yeah, I think to piggyback off Christian said on an extension from CJ, we extended him this summer. So to have 2 guys going forward that wanted to be here is incredibly powerful and incredibly exciting for us going forward. But to add him to the mix is going to be fun, right? We finished on a strong note, and he's ready. He's been in the gym. He's been working. You'll see him later today. He looks great. and he's excited to get back with this group and see where he can go. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the coaching staff is going to do with him, right? How they're going to implement him in this group. We're going to have a lot of offensive firepower, but I think the biggest thing for us is to make sure that we're focusing on that other end of the floor. To win big in this league, you got to be able to guard. So we're going to have a lot of guys who can score the ball, but we got to come together and really be able to guard. And I think we have, like I said, we got a good group, and we're going to play unselfish. They got each other's backs. They're going to share the ball, but let's make sure we got each other's back at the under end of the floor and really guard people night in and night out.
Trajan, you've obviously had David Griffin open these in previous years. Can you talk about just the shared successes and responsibilities and how that builds the culture from the front office all the way down?
Can you expound on that a little bit? I'm a little bit confused.
Griff has opened these before in previous seasons. Now you're taking that responsibility as more of a thing. It just seems like there's more shared responsibility, but also it's a shared success story for the organization.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm opening it. I think he's still going to open. I'm just, he's still going to do his remarks. Mine were pretty quick. But yeah, I think that's an important thing that Griff has really communicated, and Willie does a good job on his side with his staff, is collaboration and communication. That's one thing that we're trying to continue to get better with. It's always challenging because you want to make sure everybody is included all the time, and there's a lot of moving parts in a sports organization. Decisions have to be made quickly. Not everybody's on the ground in the same place at the same time, but it's really important for us to make sure everybody feels like they're a part of what's going on. And I appreciate him allowing me to do this today. So this is fun. But again, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow and us getting started, because I haven't been around many groups like this before, and this is a group that feels like it's going to be a fun group to be around and a successful group to be a part of.
Whereas Kyra at in his rehab process, is he able to do any 5-on-5 or anything like that?
Kyra looks great. He's not at the point yet that he's 5-on-5, but he's doing some 1-on-1 on the court. He looks really good, man. His speed is great. He just has to play. He's got to get his rhythm back, and that'll come soon enough. But he's going to push our performance team to try to, there's obviously different things he's got to hit and different timelines he's got to wait on, but he looks great. We're looking forward to him getting back on, but time will tell, and it'll come. But he's in a really, really good place physically and in a good place mentally as well.
I know EJ is also dealing with knee injury, obviously, coming back from that. It's going to be wild. Apart from Kyra and EJ, as far as you know, could everybody you guys are bringing to training camp play tomorrow if they needed to? Is everybody healthy besides those two?
I'll let Griff allude to that. You can ask him that question, but yeah, I'll let Griff allude to that.
Trajan, can you talk about the importance that it was last year for that young group of guys to actually battle the way they did through the play-in tournament, actually make the playoffs and go through that experience, and how that would spur them for future success?
That's a great question. We talked about it a lot, especially Willie talked about it a lot as we were making that end of the season run. We said, we need to find a way to get in that play-in so that these guys can taste it going into the offseason and have that motivation, have that taste to know what it feels like and want to take it to the next level going into the next season. So 2 play-in games that we were able to battle and win both, and then really get a flavor of that playoff fever, which was, I think, incredibly important for our guys to feel, especially our young guys. Obviously, the vets like Jonas and Larry and CJ knew what that was like, but getting the young core to feel that and want to get back there and take it to the next round and kind of see where they stack up to the rest of the league, right? Have the rest of the league say, oh, no, these guys are here to stay. That wasn't a fluke. And that's what it seems like that's been a motivating factor for our guys this summer.
I was going to kind of follow up on that. I know last year, even with the struggles, I know Willie kept saying, we want the guys doing the right thing the right way, and the results will come. We're not really worried. Not that we're not worried about it, but that's maybe not the ultimate focus. Does it have to change? Is there a heightened sense of, I guess, responsibility now because they have tasted it and they have been there, and there will be greater expectations in a Western Conference that's pretty deep?
I wouldn't say there's a responsibility. I think their only responsibility is to come work every day and play hard and play for each other. And that's what this group is going to do. I think there is an expectation from within. I think there's the highest expectation from within. I don't think anything from outside is going to impact the way that they think and the way that the things that they demand of each other and the compete level. You'll see these guys pull for one another in a large way. They compete and they have an edge. So I think the internal expectation is going to be much higher than any external pressures that are around.
Would you want to put anything on those internal pressures like top 4 seed, top 6 seed, avoiding the play-in tournament? Is the team pushing and see themselves as one of those upper echelon teams for this year?
You'd have to talk to the guys about that, but I would think so. That's what I feel from them when they're in the gym. I can see them working, and they're really, like I said, when they're on the court, they're chirping, man. They're going back and forth at each other. They're trying to make each other better and push each other because they know it's coming. They know that we're going to play against some really good teams, and in the Western Conference, there's really not a night off, man. It's going to be tough, and I think in both conferences, it's gotten deeper. So, but these guys are out there, and they got a lot to prove. So, I'm not going to say anything from what they're thinking, but I think they want to show the rest of the league that we're here for good. We're here to stay.
Thanks, Trajan.
All right.
Thank you, Trajan.
Hey guys, I don't know if I'm opening this or if I'm the middle, I don't know. So first of all, it's actually official that CJ has signed. He did it here in the building. And that's exciting for us for a lot of reasons, and Trajan touched on this. CJ's not the first person to make a commitment to this organization long-term since we got here. But what's happened, I think, over time is that people are starting to recognize the commitment Mrs. Benson and her ownership team have made to this. And more people want to be part of it. CJ's just the most vocal of those. And I think that's really meaningful for us. A few years ago, Brandon Ingram signed a 5-year extension with no option. And we told you at the time how important that was, but because we weren't winning, nobody cared. And he was the first person to make that statement. It was followed by Jonas Valanciunas wanting to be here last year. It was followed by Zion signing to be here long-term this summer, and now CJ, and we think he won't be the last of the people we're able to get something done with in terms of extensions to stay. You know, Coach Green's building something really powerful here, and Trajan touched on quite a bit of it, but this group is about work rate, and they're about honoring commitment to one another. Our players worked harder than any group I've seen this offseason by leaps and bounds, and I've been with a championship team. I've been with teams that went to the finals several times, the conference finals several times. I've never seen a young group work for each other as hard as this group did. And the young men on this team are committed to one another. The men and women who work with them every day and sacrifice for them off the court are committed to one another in a way that I've just really never seen before. And it's a lot of fun to be part of. I think Trajan referenced the gear that he saw outside of New Orleans. It's a really exciting time to be a Pelicans fan. And Christian was with us at the quarterback club the other day, and Ken Trahant was nice enough to let us speak there. And I said this then, the thing that excites me the most is in the evolution of a team that has a chance to be very good, winning for the first time when you have expectations is a big deal. And I think this is the first time the external expectations have reached what our own internal expectations have been. And that's a big deal. That's a really important time. And what that represents for us is something very special. We're going to learn a lot about this group. And hopefully what we don't learn is anything about the disease of me. It's easy to be galvanized in adversity. We were galvanized last year, about a year ago, because of the hurricane, obviously. And we had to start pre-camp in Nashville. And our friends, and in some cases families at Belmont and Vanderbilt, took us in, and our players were forced to be together. And I think it helped Willie's staff because it jump-started a little bit of that team building as well. And you saw exactly what that did for us when we started 3-16, right? Nobody panicked. And Willie stayed the same throughout because they trusted. They trusted one another, and they had a relationship that was real, and they recognized the work they were putting in. But they had high expectations then, and everybody thought that was silly. And now the outside world has expectations that are probably higher than they should be, quite frankly, because we haven't proven we can win when we're supposed to. But these guys still have the expectations they've always had of themselves. And if we can continue to make that about each other and about sacrifice and about winning and not about self, we'll be in good shape. I think something Trajan referenced when he talked about Billy Hernangomez and Spain winning the Eurobasket title. I think Spain was the 5th favorite to win the title. And I looked this up today because I was fascinated by it. Billy Hernangomez's name did not appear even as a potential to win the MVP when they were polling all of the Eurobasket writers. He wasn't somebody that was even talked about. Billy Hernangomez knew Spain was going to win, and he knew he was going to kick people's ass because that's what he does. Other people don't need to know it. We need to know it, and we need to show it. And this is an opportunity for us to do it. And so it's fun. It's super exciting for me. This is why we work in sports. This is why Mrs. Benson wants to own a team, because we have a chance to do something that's going to mean much, much more than basketball in a city that needs it. This team cares about this community deeply. We've got the kind of kids that realize this is bigger than basketball. I think last year certainly helped put that into perspective for us, and I think Coach and his staff did a really good job of helping our guys have kind of the requisite gratitude for what we have. But this mission's a big deal here, and they're bought into it. And so the one thing I would caution everybody is we went to the finals in Cleveland the first year LeBron came back, but we were 20-19 at one point, and the sky was falling. It's okay. Winning takes time, and these guys are about the right things, and we're going to continue to be about the right things. And I think Coach Green and his staff have always invested in that, and I think you'll see the benefits of that over time.
So CJ officially signed today. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just how exciting is it for you guys to be able to get that done before the start of the season and have him here for the next 4 years?
Yeah, it's neat, but I'll tell you really what's important is what it does to sort of flip the script a little bit just publicly. Here's a guy who actually is taking less money in his extension. He's going down in salary so that he can help keep this group together. So not only is he invested in being here, he's not vested in being here because he got every possible dollar he could get. He's vested being here because he wants to win here. And winning in New Orleans matters to him, and winning with these guys matters to him. And he literally put his money where his mouth is. When Zion signed his contract, he signed a contract that was very unusual and that he's being held accountable to a standard he cares about. That's really meaningful to us. So it's not just that they stay. It's what they do by staying and the way they do it.
How important is it to have someone like CJ in the building when you're preparing for those expectations and what this season will be like for a young team?
Yeah, I thought Trajan explained this very well. You don't really put a price tag on what it means to have somebody who's been there and done that. And the success Portland's had over time certainly is meaningful. But you're talking about the president of the Players Association. You know, they know that he has their back literally every day in everything he's doing, both on and off the court. And so his message resonates in a way that just hits different. And so I think it's very powerful for us in a very positive way. And at the same time, if we come out and we don't do what we're supposed to do, none of it's going to matter. You know, all of these things are really nice and they set the stage, but what we have to continue to do is what we've always done when nobody was watching.
Going to what Trajan said, how is the roster outlook in terms of injuries and anything? Is everybody going to be set to be a full go in training camp, or how are we going to play that?
Thanks for letting me handle that, Trajan. That was nice. So we won't have Kyra available to start 5-on-5, which was the plan all along. I really can't give you a timeline on when that will be. I would echo what Trajan said. He's come a very long way very quickly. You can see now he doesn't have fear factor, so it's just going to be a function of playing enough to get comfortable. Coach Green has come back from the same injury, so he'll understand how to handle that. But everybody else should be able to participate for the most part to some degree. There are a couple people that'll be a little slower to come around. I think Larry Nance Jr. has a little bit of a calf strain, so he may be a couple days behind the group in terms of 5-on-5, but everybody will be participating in some way.
Just the same question, how excited are you guys to get Zion back in into the thick of things with this group?
Well, it's exciting because this group's already proven they're really good, and they've proven that they believe in one another, and there's a chemistry and a camaraderie here that can help support somebody coming back from injury. Z hasn't played in 18 months, something to that effect. I mean, he hasn't played 5-on-5 in quite a while. And so it's exciting for us that he's coming back to a team that is advanced as it is in terms of its leadership, in terms of its work ethic, because I think they're going to embrace him while he comes back. This isn't going to be easy, and he's going to struggle in ways I don't think even he anticipates, and we've got the right group around him to help support him, I think.
Over the last couple of years, you've continued to build out your analytics staff. Can you talk about what sort of role they play in your organization and where they help assist either the coaching staff or front office work, and what additions you've made there?
Yeah, so I think last year you saw a lot of our analytics team, Mike Hartman last year, and now adding Sammy Gelfand. I think you saw how important they can be to a coaching staff that really knows the right questions to ask, right? Analytics don't answer anything. What they really speak to are the quality of the questions you ask it to solve for. And we're really blessed that we have two of the very best in the NBA, and Mike and Sammy. But we've also got a basketball staff, and Trajan and Willie and their staffs that understand how to use it. So I think we've tried to, over the years, be pretty forward. And again, it's not something you pound your chest about because we're judged by our winning. But we're very confident that between that and what we've been able to do in Shane Kupperman's area and cap and strategy, we've done some pretty creative, good things. And if you can win on the margins, that helps set you up to win, in a higher level later. But it's really all about your talent level and how far we get and how hard we work together. But they've been a huge part of it in a positive way, as has our medical team. They've done a really, really good job. And again, this speaks to the investment ownership is made at a huge level as well. We're not behind anybody in this space. I mean, we are very much on the cutting edge of a lot of this, which is, again, a tribute to them and what they're willing to invest in this.
You're probably due to have relatively good roster health throughout the season, but regardless, how would you say the team's current depth and resilience is in terms of dealing with that relative to the last 2 to 3 seasons?
I think we're certainly deeper than we've been, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that the MVP of Eurobasket is on a minimum deal, right? I mean, that's a crazy situation for us to have the amount of talent we have, and at the same time, it creates a difficult situation for coaches because everybody's going to want to play. But I think in terms of our depth and ability to overcome the adversity of injury, I think we're better positioned than we've ever been. But at the same time, sometimes it's things that the public perceives as being inconsequential injuries that really derail you. And it's not just a big name who gets hurt or a starter who gets hurt. Sometimes it's another cog in the wheel that gets injured and it sets everything off. And that's really what you can't plan for. So what's exciting to us is we have the kind of humans that will work through it. And if we end up with an adversity or a setback, we'll figure out a way to get through it. And that's exciting. But no team can ever be deep enough to overcome losing the wrong person at the wrong time. You just have to hope that the preponderance of your roster is healthy enough to get you through it.
I know you mentioned Willie a few times. I think last year you said teams called about trading for him and you wouldn't do it because of what he meant to the organization in the locker room. And I know this offseason, I think you did a podcast where you said you had to call Brandon Ingram. When you talk about talent and depth, is it maybe a double-edged sword, so to say, because there are rumors and speculation and innuendo around your team? And maybe this offseason, how many calls did you have to field or shun because of that?
Thank you, Fletcher. It's a good question. It's funny, actually. So one of the things I've really been struck by of late, and I know Denzel Washington used this version of this quote, and it's a phrase I've heard before, but don't mistake movement for progress. When you get to the point we're at right now, everybody wants to see you do a million different things to bring a million different pieces in. We're really, really comfortable with the group we have, and Trajan touched on this. We're watching those guys every day and what they're doing, and we understand where they're at. So in terms of the rumor and innuendo, we just have to ignore the noise. And something we talked about a lot in Cleveland, keep the main thing the main thing. our guys understand we're committed to them, and we've made it really clear by the actions we've taken off the court, we're committed to them. And so I think from that standpoint, we're really well positioned because of our continuity, but we're also really well positioned because we've walked the walk, and Willie and his staff have done the same thing. You know, if Willie tells you what gets you on the court, you're going to get on the court, and that's a powerful thing for a player. So I think we'll overcome any of those issues, Fletcher, along the way. And I think keeping the rumor and innuendo at bay is something that this group's pretty deft at.
Larry and Jackson are two other extension candidates. What updates can you give on the chances that an extension gets done with either of those guys before the start of the season?
So I think we're in a position where several players have made it pretty clear they want to be here. I think we're in a position where we could cover some ground there pretty quickly. Larry's situation actually can, by league rule, go much longer than Jackson's can. There'll be a sort of a terminal nature to Jackson's discussions. But I think we're pretty well positioned both with all of our players in that they want to be here. And I think in the Larry situation, we feel like we're closer maybe than we are in the other.
Outside of injuries, what was your take on the summer camp?
On summer camp?
Yes, sir.
Very similar to Trajan's. I felt like that group was a neat opportunity for some of our young players who had just played the previous summer league to lead a group a little bit. And I think it was exciting to see them, even the guys that were not playing like Herb Jones. Trey Murphy didn't play a great deal. Jose really wasn't able to play because of his Puerto Rico commitment. But to see the commitment they had to each other from a work rate standpoint, the leaders of our young group being first contract players, that was really exciting. And I think that's, from a summer league perspective and from an off-season perspective, that's probably the biggest development from, as I see it, is we're getting leadership throughout this roster, both in terms of leading by example, in the case of, say, Herb Jones, who's not super effusive in the way he speaks to people, but there's nobody who's going to outwork that guy, and everybody on our roster knows it. Throughout the breadth of our roster, we're getting leadership, and this offseason, that's what you saw from the young players.
To build off of Fletcher's question, how do you still balance the, we still like everybody we have, with trying to look at spots where you can improve the roster if something were to present itself?
I think it's really just about paying attention to what happens and listening to our group. As Trajan said, this is going to be an extremely competitive camp. And coming out of that, we're going to learn a great deal. And when I say camp, I don't mean the 5 days before you get an open practice. I mean the breadth of preseason. I think you're going to see a really competitive group. We don't have a lot of plans to, quote, shut people down during preseason. I think we're going to be trying to crescendo when the season starts. So I anticipate you're going to see that competition continue. But again, I think we have very high expectations to the players that are already on this roster. And you're going to have to be pretty good to be clearly better than they are, but also good enough to warrant what we might lose in taking opportunity away from them. Coming into the year, I don't think anybody was watching our team and saying, I really hope they don't put anybody in front of Jose Alvarado because he's got a chance to be so good. And you saw what Jose did at the end of the year to be impactful in winning playoff games. We have guys we have expectations of that others may not. And so because of that, we're going to be pretty mindful and slow to change the group, I think, because we want to see what it looks like playing in this environment for the first time. Again, it's not something we just talk about. It's really meaningful to win when you're the hunted and not the hunter, and we're hoping we're capable of doing that.
Yeah, you've always prioritized the importance of culture, building it from within. How big has it been for you guys to have a bunch of those young guys, Trey, Herb, Jose, in the city as much as they've been over the summer, spending time together, around the facility?
Yeah, it's exciting, and I think we saw that in the very beginning with our first young group as well. There's Jackson and Nikhil and Z. They were together a lot. This group's really been together in the gym working an awful lot, so it's fun. I love that they're out in the community. I love that they care so much about the city and that they're together off the court. But what you really appreciate is they're pushing each other from a work rate standpoint every day, and that's That's really exciting to watch. To see it translate one to the other is different.
Part of securing long-term commitments from players also means more salary on your books for future years. Are you concerned?
Thank you, Mrs. Benson.
Is there concern, like when Zion's extension kicks in, in the future years, that you might be brushing against that luxury tax or going into it? And is there a threshold for where you decide, hey, like this is something we do want to commit to? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, and again, it's fortunate she's here because we've certainly talked about it. We're not bound by we will not pay the tax. We will not frivolously pay the tax. If this team's in a position to be as good as we hope to be, I don't think resources are going to be the reason that we don't get where we need to go. I believe when it's time for us to really go all in on something, we will. Mrs. Benson's shown that on the Saints side as well. So I think there's a long track record of that being true. At the same time, you have to pick your spots a little bit. This is not a league that's completely equitable in the financial structure, and some teams can be wrong and make mistakes where we can't do that. So we're going to be much more mindful in the way we go about it.
Griff, one more to touch on what Will was saying. You go after character a lot. Almost every player held a summer camp. What does it mean to have that kind of engagement from the players in the community, not only in New Orleans but also the communities they come from? And the second part, CJ just bought a vineyard. Before we get rid of it, can we get an update on the wine club?
Oh, that's awesome. So I'll let CJ speak to his wine club. But in terms of how much it means to us to see those guys do those things off the court, I think one of the real statements that speaks to this is Swin Cash, who's standing in the back right now. Her and her staff actually are the ones that help do a lot of that. They're the 10 toes on the ground delivering on all of those hopes and needs that our players have. It's something that we do at a really high level. We take incredible pride in. She's a Hall of Famer, recently inducted Hall of Famer. And that's a department that we've invested very deeply in. And it's because the things that they're doing really do matter to us. And we think the way you show that is by investing in it. And so the effort that Swin and her team have put into that is pretty visible. I think our players know and feel that. So I think they always know they're going to be cared for in that space. Thank you very much.
Simple for me. Just want to thank Mrs. Benson, thank Griff, Dennis, Trajan, Swin for another great opportunity to coach this team this season. We're excited. I think you guys have heard that from Trajan. You've heard it from Griff. And, we look forward to kicking off camp tomorrow.
Yeah, I think when we spoke to you in the spring, you said, I'm going to rewatch every game we played this year. Is there anything new you learned about your team that you didn't during the season or anything like that?
Yeah. Just no matter what obstacles we faced last season, the guys were pretty resilient. They stayed together. They stayed connected. Even watching on tape, on film, I can see the bench going crazy for each other, and it's a ton in there. But that's one of the things that I took from watching games all summer.
Yeah, and this year's roster, a lot of offensive talent in the room. Zion, CJ, BI, JV, a lot of other guys. How exciting is that challenge of putting those pieces together and getting them to play together?
That's the fun part of basketball is, like you said, having a number of guys really that can score 20-plus points on any given night. But then for them understanding the balance of it, like it's going to be some nights that is your night. It'll be nights that, it's one of your teammates. So for me and the staff and for our group, that's extremely exciting.
Yeah, the situation you're walking into this year is much different than how it was this time last year. Just how much does that change your approach, just how you're going to coach this team this year, the message going into camp, all of that kind of stuff?
Well, we look back on last year and, you try to learn from it, right? And so I think all of our players, they understand what we were able to accomplish, and we want to build on that. And that's our mentality coming into camp. Nothing is going to be given to us. There's a bit of some expectations out there, and that's good. That means we got a chance to be a good team. And our work should exemplify what we want to be, and that's what we look forward to.
Last year, this time, we weren't really talking much about Herb Jones, but obviously he was impressing you guys in the offseason workouts and through training camp. Is there somebody who has kind of stood out to you in that way, maybe this year so far?
Yeah, Herb Jones again. Once again. I mean, he doesn't go home much. He's in New Orleans every day, every morning, to the point where Griff and those guys are telling him, like, Herb, you gotta have some balance. But all of our guys are great. They've been here this summer. You guys have talked about guys having camps in the city, having camps back in their communities. But it's fun to see, and it speaks to the leadership here that guys want to be in the building. They want to come in and get their work in, and they feel like it's a place that they can come and get better. So that makes me feel good when I go home.
Just one more. We talked at Zion's extension signing about how do you work him into the offense. What is your process like? Do you go back and watch film from 2021, 1920? Or where do you what's your process to try to fit him into what you want to do offensively?
Yeah, I do. I go back and watch film, watch some things that work, and then it's constantly talking with him, talking to the coaching staff, and figuring out what works. And if it works, we try to make sure we add it. If it doesn't, we move on. But it'll be a progression with Zion, and it won't be a thing where right away we see the Zion that we're accustomed to seeing. I think it will be a progression based on him missing the time that he missed.
Coach, can you talk about just the biggest changes for you going from year one to year two, the quick turnaround from the finals, catching up, and now what you're most comfortable with going into this year?
Yeah, great question. Last season, I didn't know what to expect. You just don't know what you don't know. I have a better grasp on how I want to start camp, a better grasp on the players that we have, because we have the same team. So I think we can be more advanced in some of the things that we're running on both ends of the floor. And it'll be, once again, a learning experience. I think the difference is, and I think Griff and Trajan both talked about it, but last season we were young, and I'm not sure what the expectations was outside of our building. But this year I know that there's expectation, but we also have expectations for ourselves, and it'll be fun coaching in that way.
Trajan, Willie, Trajan touched on just how painful it was that playoff series loss to the Suns. Just how much fuel do you think that's given you, coaching staff, and the players this summer?
It's extremely difficult. When you lose a hard-fought game like we did, I'm sure we're all learning a lot from that series, but our guys are motivated, and that's the beauty of our group. All summer they've been working, and they've been talking about having an opportunity to get back in the playoffs and compete again. So we got a long ways to go, but once again, we're excited.
I'm sorry, Will.
No, you good.
I have two questions. I know that every team is different, every year is different, every situation is different, but you were part of that bubble Suns team that won there and then ended up in the finals the next year. Do you even show them what's possible, or do you reference that in any way, or do you stay away from maybe going from the play-in to the highest of highs this year?
No, I'll definitely speak to what I believe our expectations should be. And I think that's important to verbalize it. And so we have an understanding of what we're working towards. And I did the same thing last season. But once again, it just gives you an opportunity. We want an opportunity. We can do all the right things, and it doesn't work out our way. And so we understand that as well. But we'll get in to camp tomorrow. We'll have dinner tonight and camp tomorrow, and we'll talk about, where we want to go from here. But I'm sure our guys, organizations, our expectations are pretty high for us coming into this season.
And the follow-up I wanted, when you just sat down, you thank them for the opportunity to coach the team. In the world of pro sports, that is, I feel like, something that may be a little bit uncommon. Do you think that has trickled down to your team, almost appreciate the opportunity and more thankful for the opportunity than I'm here to save you?
I think we have unbelievable just character in general. And so I'm thankful that I get an opportunity to go to work with our group, and I get an opportunity to coach the team. And our players are the same way. Our front office, our performance, our medical, we're all pretty similar in the fact that we understand that every day we get an opportunity to walk into an NBA arena or practice facility is a blessing. And I try to make sure that that's my perspective.
And Griff kind of talked about the double-edged sword of, hey, it's great to come in with a deep roster, but part of that is everybody's coming in expecting to play, right? So I guess how much thought have you and the staff kind of put into managing that and kind of what it's going to look like going into camp?
Yeah, I think that'll be fun. It'll take some managing on my part, but you guys have seen it. You've been in it long enough to know there's certain parts of the season that everybody will probably have an opportunity to play at some point. And it's just a matter of maximizing those opportunities and continuing to support each other when it's not there. That's the hard part, but I think that's fun. Camp should be competitive, and we'll see where we are after that.
And unfortunately, because of the injury, we didn't get to see Dyson much over the summer. But just what have your thoughts been just seeing him up close over the summer and just the way he works?
Man, sky's the limit. He's another, Jose mentality. Herb Jones, Trey, Brandon, like he has that mentality that he wants to work. He wants to get better. I'm thankful that we were able to draft him, that he was there because he's got some tools, and so hopefully we can work him in some way. But it's exciting to see what he can bring.
We've seen teams have success playing different styles of basketball. Obviously, you preach the .5 style, share the basketball, move it quickly. You also have 3 players who you can just sort of create space for, tell people to get out of the way, and they can get a bucket. Maybe more than 3 players, but at least 3 of them. How do you sort of marry the 2 styles and play to each player's strength? Because, for example, you can give Brandon the ball and let him go.
Yeah, it's pretty much as simple as you put it. We'll try to play .5 as much as we can, ball movement, player movement. And then there's times that Brandon, CJ, Z will have it going. And when they do, we want to ride them. And that just means give them the ball and get out the way. And they figure it out from there. And I think that's what happens when you have the type of talent that we have is, you try to have a balance. We won't play one-on-one all game. But there'll be times where we take advantage of mismatches and opportunities.
You talked about watching all 82 games in the play-in tournament. What did you learn about yourself rather than just the team, watching those games?
The first thing is, I have a lot of work to do to continue to get better. And that's what that's why I wanted to do it, is to try to see what I was doing as a coach, where I could be better, and what sets can we run, and what defensively can we adjust something, and then, echoing the same thing about our team. I felt that me as a leader, just being steady, coming in every day and being pretty consistent. So.
Have you thought about playing Zion at the 5 in closing groups, or is it too early to think about that?
I have. We'll see. I think that's the beauty in our team. Once again, we have some flexibility, and we got some guys that can play multiple positions, including Z. So we'll see what it looks like.
Coach, you briefly touched about it earlier, but the guys getting together in the offseason, just from a coach's perspective, what does that mean to see guys organize trainings and workouts together away from the team and just showing that commitment to themselves and to the team itself?
It's huge. I'm thankful for Brandon and CJ for kind of orchestrating a team workout, and it speaks to their leadership, and it speaks to all of our guys that participated. They wanted to be there. They wanted to be in the gym connecting with each other. And you guys know when you have that type of momentum and you're building and you're striving for something that's great, it helps. All of those things help. And, I think a lot of teams are doing that now. They're getting together in the summer and sort of holding some player-only workouts and get a chance to see where guys like the ball. But more importantly than that is their camaraderie off the floor. And that's what you need. No matter what you go through, ups and downs throughout the course of the season, you want to have a group that understands each other and are pretty connected. And we're blessed that our guys are doing that.
I know that Trajan alluded to taking his son to games in Jackson and Birmingham. How has the community been? I know you were at the Tulane game the other night. Do you feel it? Do you see it? From even a year ago when you got here, and I guess how much of a part of the community do you feel right now?
For sure. I definitely feel it. And New Orleans has been great. The people here have been fantastic. I feel a bit of excitement going into the season when I'm out, when I'm going to anything in the community, when I'm just going to dinner. People are walking up to me and talking about our team, and that feels good. We know we have a lot in front of us, but I think that's a start. And look, we wouldn't be the team we are or want to be without our fans and community supporting us.
Coach, you mentioned having your full squad together from last season shortens your learning curve. I feel like patience might be the wrong word, but does that mean there might be a little shorter leash for mistakes that have been corrected last season?
That's a good question. Look, mistakes are a part of it, but I can already see in their pickup games that they're doing a lot of things that we were doing last season. They're calling certain plays, certain coverages on defense, and so they get it. They're already there. It allows us to go that much faster, and I'm aware that I still have to teach and don't leave any stone uncovered, but I definitely think we'll get off to a faster start than we did last season.
Coach,
at least I'm hopeful.
Coach, I realize you probably know this from a personal perspective, but from your point guard role, would you look towards more of Jose included, a CJ included, a Devontae, Zion handling the ball? What is your focus on controlling the ball, at least from up the court?
I think a number of those guys can handle the ball. CJ will have point guard responsibilities to start. Devontae, Jose will also have point guard responsibilities. But there's times throughout the meat of the game where Brandon will handle, and then Zion can handle, and those guys are playing off the ball. And I think that's where our shooting ability comes into play, and having Trey, having CJ, having Brandon, having Devontae, who can play with the ball in their hands or play without the ball, is really going to help us.
You've got a fight speech last year went viral. How important was it to win that play-in, and how important are moments like those?
Look, we wanted to win the game, and during that moment, there was a bit of doubt on my part. And I just remember walking down the sideline, and the Clippers was on a huge run, and the quarter had just ended. It was a 10-point game, and just a bit of doubt crept into my mind. And I know our guys had to been feeling it as well. And so my mindset was, I got to give us something. If I'm feeling it, I know they're feeling it. and they responded. And it's something that we talked about all season long, but it's what our group is made of, is we want to be able to respond when the opportunity presents itself. And it did, and I'm extremely proud of us, and now we want to take another step. It wasn't so much about the speech, it was more about, at that time, that's just, I needed to hear it, and they needed to hear it, and it was just motivation to go and do what we know we're capable of doing.
Jose, Trey, Herb, by the end of last year, they all carved out a role that was really effective in producing wins. Going into year 2, how do you balance them getting stronger in their role versus giving them the freedom to also expand their game and grow outside of their role?
Well, like you said, Jose, Trey, Herb, and Najee were all playing meaningful minutes in the playoffs. We felt that they would have an opportunity to do that even at the start of the season. It just took us some time to get there. I expect them to come in hungry and not taking anything for granted. I know that they're going to make it difficult for whomever's on the floor in camp. And that's a part of building our young core, is they're going to push guys to be better. They're pushing themselves to be better. And it's extremely fun to watch. And you know, that's the maturation process of having young guys.
And this is sort of a follow-up to that. Do you anticipate more on-ball reps for guys like Herb and even Trey, or is it like kind of too early to think about that kind of stuff?
Definitely more for Herb. I think he can be more on the ball on both ends of the floor. He can initiate our offense at times. I see him having some of those responsibilities, but we'll see. We'll get into practice. We'll dive into what works once again and see where we are. All right, thank you all.
This is mad close. Hello.
How was summer?
I was beautiful, man. It was beautiful. Peaceful, therapeutic, lots of diapers, blowouts, working out, handling business. It was a good summer.
You talked about this topic a lot in the spring. I think a lot of us anticipated an extension coming. Now that it's done, why did you want to be a part of the situation for 4 years here?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think I answered a lot of these questions, and when I first got here, I didn't get here by mistake. I didn't get here by accident. It was a situation in which we talked about the president, what the future could look like, and what I had to offer and what they had to offer, and everything kind of aligned the right way. My wife signed off. She said that she was excited about it. She was happy about not just the trade and then what could come after the trade, obviously, knowing that we could be here longer than 2 years. And once we all were on the same page with that, the trade happened, and the rest is kind of, as I said before, but I think it's just more about a mutual comfort, mutual admiration, understanding what we can accomplish together, but also understanding that there's a lot I have to offer to this team, this organization, this city. There's a lot that they've offered and afforded to me, and I'm thankful for it. And I think the pieces here, respectfully, I love this place, but without the likes of some of the guys that are on this team, there wouldn't be as much interest because you wouldn't be able to compete at the same level. And I think, having B.I., having Z, having JV, Herb, I could keep going on. Trey, Tay, like we have a really good team, young guys. We draft Dyson. We pick up some guys. We have, we have a guy who wins, MVP of the Eurobasket. I think we have a lot of talent, a lot of young talent, a lot of draft picks, thanks to some guys that are no longer here. So I felt like it was just a good combination of a lot of things. It made sense, and I'm excited. I'm excited about the present and the future.
And to your point, I mean, you, B.I., and Zion are all under contract for the next 3 years. Does it feel like, hey, there's a real window here?
Yeah, it didn't happen by mistake. I think it was well planned, well executed. We're excited. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of things we got to work on together, chemistry-wise, and get on the court. And it's going to be some great nights and some not so great nights. But I think, all in all, I think our future is bright, and we have a chance to do a lot of special things once we come together.
Yeah, and Willie talked about, having you and B.I. kind of set up those workouts with the guys over the summer. How important was that for you to kind of bring everybody together and continue to build on what y'all did, last year?
Yeah, I thought it was important, right? When the season ended, I had dinner with Z and Larry, and then I reached out to our staff, and I said that, I wanted to make sure we get together in the summer. It's important that you build an off-court relationship with the guys. It's the way I lead is different, right, in terms of accountability. I want to get the most out of you, and I want you to get the most out of me, but I need to know you on a certain type of level in order to do that. And I think it's important you have those moments and those times, and it just helps you from a development standpoint to where you're able to really see what guys are doing. Like, it's one thing to say you've been working out, but I want to see it. And I think the staff, they've seen the jumps a lot of these guys have made. And it's funny because I planned this trip alongside B.I. and some of our other players, and my wife got COVID right before I was supposed to go. So I ended up not making the trip because I had to take care of my son, but I was able to FaceTime him and see how everything was going. And it was a good time. We had yoga on the beach, and it was exactly what I would have wanted it to be. But all in all, the guys had a good time, and I think we're in a really good space. And I think the chemistry is where it needs to be. Now it's just about getting the on-court chemistry right and spacing and the little stuff. But I'm happy to have a full training camp and be able to know everything instead of just trying to learn throughout the season.
Right, you talked last year about, once this team is fully healthy, you'll be asked to do different things than you were asked to do previously in your career. How much time have you spent this summer kind of preparing for how things will be different for you this year compared to, the rest of your career?
Yeah, I watch a lot of film, breaking down the game, breaking down spacing, play calling, understanding how to manipulate the game, not just with scoring, but with presence, with poise, with pace, with the ability to empower people, not just getting assists, but making sure people in the right position. And that in order to be, successful, you got to be selfless. You got to be willing to sacrifice. And I think collectively we're going to have to do that. It's going to be certain guys' nights on certain nights, and you got to be comfortable with that. And I played every type of role. I've been a scorer. I done came off the bench. I done not played in games. I done showed up to the arena knowing I'm not going to play. It's a different type of feeling when you're a professional. But I think for me, it's just about winning. It's about doing what it takes to win and making sure everybody's on that wave. The individual stuff will happen when it's supposed to happen, but if you win, as I've said before, you win, you get what you deserve, not just financially, but also from an accolade standpoint.
From a player's perspective, obviously there's the continuity of bringing back, a lot of the roster from last year, but what kind of little things do you see that are going to help you guys early on in bringing back so many of these guys from last year?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we like each other. I think that helps. You got to have a good relationship with your teammates. You see them more than you see your family. You see them more than you see everybody else. So that helps. And then just understanding people's games, who's cutting, who's not, who likes to shoot, who doesn't, who's more in tune to want to guard the best player on the other team, tendencies, who likes to drive left, who likes to drive right, who likes to take two dribbles and pass. Like, you need to know a little bit about everybody. And I think now we're in a better point where they understand me, they understand my mentality, I understand them, I understand how they work, I understand how they like to, to be coached, I understand who's going to challenge me and who's not. Like, I think it's important, those types of things head into a season, and chemistry matters, and being around the same group matters. Obviously, there's tweaks that'll happen throughout your career where stuff happens. That's a part of the game. But all in all, I think we're in a good space, we're in a good spot, and we got a chance to build on some of the things we did last year and try to take another step forward.
I know the situation kind of resolved itself, but as the president of the PA, what were your conversations like with Adam Silver throughout the the Robert Sarver situation?
Yeah, I had a lot of conversations with Adam. I was actually in the middle of a lift during one of our conversations, and it was just more updates on the process. I think I was interested and curious into the process. Obviously, it started with the Baxter Holmes story over a year ago where it talked about the misogyny, it talked about the racist remarks, and how it was essentially a hostile environment, which is unacceptable. I think we talked about in this statement with Tamika. I did a lot of meetings behind the scenes to learn about exactly what was happening. I think I implore people to read, I think it was 36, 39 pages of what they were able to release from the internal investigation. I thought that was important from a transparency standpoint to really see Adam and making strides to show those things. Generally speaking, companies don't show those types of things, especially when there's misconduct in the workplace that makes things look worse at times. And I think that showed courage from him to be willing to show that to everybody, because he didn't have to. He could have kept it private. But we had a lot of conversations around how we're going to make this situation right. And obviously you can't, in terms of how the people were affected in decades and decades of poor treatment and malpractice, if you will. But for him to step down, I think that shows that it was handled how they thought it should be handled. This was in a situation in which the PA had control. We could just give direction, we could give our input and our opinion, but this is something that had to be handled by the league. And obviously, if it came down to it, they could have, forced a 3/4 majority vote of ownership and try to do it that way. But personally, I don't know if that would have happened as fast as him stepping down, because that's a legal process that could take time. So all in all, I'm happy that he has spoken and decided to sell his share of the team. And thankful for the changes that will come.
What are your conversations like with players during that period where it seemed like there were a lot of players starting to kind of speak out against it?
Yeah, I think it's important you use your platform and you speak out against things you're passionate about and things that you feel need to be changed or need to be addressed. I think those guys that did it, they have every right to do it. I just think it's important that you know exactly what's going on before you speak. And I think those guys did. But the conversations were more so about what are we doing collectively? How can we help? How can we impact this in a positive way? Obviously, understanding this was something that's very negative, not just to the people affected, but to our league. It's bad publicity. So how do we kind of impact this in a way in which we can help make our league look like a league that cares, a league that is about the players, but also about the staff and the people that work within the organization, and also about the fans. And I think we handled it appropriately on our end. And I'm proud of the messaging. I'm proud of the statements that went out. I'm proud of the support that our players displayed.
You've sort of touched on this before, playing different roles, but this is the first time you're heading into camp as sort of a lead ball handler. Has that changed your approach or your mentality going into the season?
Yeah, as I said before, I'm a product of my environment. I did what I had to do in each environment to be successful, to take care of my family, and I've done it consistently. And although the role is different, the situation is different, it's still basketball, it's still reads, it's still making the right plays, it's still playing with pace, it's understanding the offense better, having more control over play calls. Although when I played alongside Dame, we still called the plays. You know what I mean? Like, respectfully, Terry did a great job of teaching us his offense. And then when we got Chauncey, it was the same thing, to where you get to a certain level or status within an organization, you have input and you have some control. And I think the same goes for here, to where, Willie's done a tremendous job and will do a tremendous job of teaching us to where we'll feel comfortable calling plays. And now that I'll know the plays, that'll be helpful in terms of spacing and understanding how to get guys going when the JV needs a touch, when the Z need a touch, when his BI need to get going. And I take responsibility in, being a leader and doing those things. But I think it's more about just playing the game. Like, I know how to play this game at a high level. I know how to play it different ways. And I think you'll see that this season.
A lot of guys on this team have only had to play against Zion in practice. You've played against him, in a real game. What makes him unique?
He's strong. He's physical. He's a foul magnet. He draws a lot of fouls. Gets to the free throw line a lot. He'll get us in a bonus early in most games, which is nice, as long as I make the free throws, right? He's a force to be reckoned with. I think his production speaks for itself on how consistent he's been when he's played. I think it's just him and like two other Hall of Famers that shoot over 60%, over 25 points a game. his input and his impact on the game will be felt every night, and he should make the game easier for all of us. I think that's what great players do, right? The game should be easier, and you should make the game look easy, even though it's very hard.
See, CJ, you said earlier to Christian that there's a lot of things that the team has to work on chemistry-wise. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a different year, different expectations, different roster. Obviously, a lot of the same players, but you had a guy like Z, and you have to change some things in terms of how you play. You got to understand spacing better. Understand, does he like to go left? Absolutely, but how are you going to get him going left? Understanding consistency, right, in approach, consistency in play calling, consistency in freedom. We played a certain type of way last year, right? I got there 26 games plus the playoffs. I want us to be successful early. We open up at Brooklyn, then we go to Charlotte. Those are two teams with veterans. Obviously, one all-world player, well, two and a half. You know, you got KD, you got Kyrie, you got a lot of other players that are very, very good, and they play at a high level. So you need to get off, you hit the ground running. Like, there's no time to kind of feel things out. It's not like you're not opening up against a young team. You're opening up against a team who's got championship aspirations. So when I say we got to tighten some things up, I mean, we need to truly understand, how we going to not just coexist but thrive on the court and what spaces we want preferably to exist in, whether that's the 15-foot like B.I. likes to play around 15 feet. How are we going to do this, and what is it going to look like consistently? We're going to have great nights, but I think that's what I mean by that. Like, it takes time to develop basketball chemistry, right? Like, we can kick it and go to dinner, but now we got to figure out how to make it work on the court, and I think we will. I'm excited about the challenge of competing at a high level and opening up against a very good team.
And Willie and Griff talked about coming into the season with expectations, kind of, everybody having an idea of what you guys should do this year. A lot of young guys on this team haven't dealt with that. You obviously have. Just what's your perspective on just making sure the team's prepared for that?
Yeah, I think it starts with having a sense of urgency, and that's kind of what I spoke on. Like, this is the first time in which people think that we probably should make the playoffs, we probably should compete, and I don't know if they've had that in past years. So it starts with holding yourself accountable. It starts with really getting a hold of what your own personal and what your own team expectations are, understanding that team expectation from within is more important than what you're going to get from outsiders. I think historically, if you focus on the work, you focus on understanding personnel, understanding plays, understanding spacing, understanding what Willie wants to accomplish, and you're willing to sacrifice and be selfless, you'll be successful. And generally speaking, you should outperform whatever expectations are out there for you. When you start letting the noise creep in, whether that's good or bad, I think that's when you're affected individually and we're affected as a team. There's going to be nights where you guys think that we're great and everything looks so perfect, and there's going to be nights where you're like, this isn't working. And if you believe one way or the other, you've lost. You got to just be consistent. And I think that's what I've done my whole life. Despite the noises around me, whether good or bad, I know who I am and I know what I stand for. And I think if our team knows who we are and what we stand for, then we'll be successful.
This kind of follows up on that. You played on a team that had championship aspirations and expectations in the Western Conference Finals. Have you thought about how you'll use your voice, letting, I guess, this team grow organically and be itself, but also sharing your experiences at the right time?
Yeah, I think timing is everything. Right now, this is a fun time. It's media day. Everybody's excited. New jerseys. We got some new jerseys you guys will see and all that stuff. But then the work starts, and I think that's what's really important. It's the work that matters. Everything else doesn't matter. You have to put real work in, not just this summer going into the season, but during the season. You got to execute and practice. Like, the practice now is going to determine how successful you are later. And I think that's the approach that I'm taking, and that's what I'll share. I mean, playing in big games is what it is. Like, that's just a moment. But you got to be prepared for the moment in advance. And I think that's what we're working on right now is spacing, is play calling, execution. Every game comes down to the last 5 minutes. So you need to understand how to do a 2-minute drive like Russell Wilson last night, right? Like, the game wasn't going well, but he still executed down the stretch. And I think that's what we got to get to in order to have success, in order to be able to be a playoff team, in order to not have to play in a playing game. You got to be able to finish games. And that's going to start with how we prepare now and how we approach the second end of a two-a-day. Like, when you don't really feel like practicing, when you're tired, you got to be able to lock in because you're going to be tired. in January, February, March, and April when it matters.
CJ, you mentioned getting here, only having 26 games, and now you'll have time to learn the offense. How much of the offense did you actually know last year in the playoffs?
And now that it's over, I can tell you. Just put it like this. I work really hard on like knowing plays, and I like to think that I'm pretty smart. So I had the same playbook with variations for 8-9 years, so I knew 1 through 5 like before I got here. I got here, I landed at midnight, I played the game at 6 p.m., so you can imagine I didn't know a lot of plays at that point. I knew 2 out-of-bounds plays and 2 offensive plays. As the season progressed, I learned a lot of the plays, but there was a couple times in the playoffs where Willie would call a play, and I'll be breaking the ball up, and I'll be like, I don't know what that is. And I would look at Larry, and he'd be like, I don't know either. So, I mean, it was trial and error. We learned on the fly, and I did my best to go through plays after practices and dry run-throughs. But more of the story is we were still successful, and we still figured it out, and that's what you're going to have to do. I don't know the plays this year. I don't know 1 through 5. I'll be able to get guys in spots, and I was still able to do it in spurts, but sometimes I just didn't know the play because it was 10 games in and 20 games in. Now the playoff starts. But I think it's helpful to be around from the beginning. Like imagine you change your job in the middle of a season, and then they ask you to do a lot, and you still trying to figure out, like, what does this job entail? Like, what do they really want from me? And I think going into this season, we understand it, and I'll understand the plays, and it'll be better. It'll be more smooth offensively.
And the second one, how much weight did you put on, or would you put on, the respect of getting an all-star nod finally?
I mean, this is year 10 now, and I don't play the game for those types of things. I think if you perform at an all-star level, you can still not make it. I think being an all-star doesn't determine team success. Like, I would like to play well at a high level and help this team win. And if that's what comes with it, great. If that's what doesn't come with it, I'm still going to sleep the same at night, and my family's still going to be okay. And as long as this team is successful, that's what really matters. But I would like to think that historically I played at or near an all-star level, and our team has been successful. Now, whether you get voted in or not is a different story, but we have the talent to win games and to be impactful and to make a run in the playoffs, and I think that's where my focus is at. And if you do those things, you'll reap some of the benefits. But I think I'd rather be all-NBA than an all-star because that's to finish the season. You know what I'm saying? That's like the best of the best as opposed to some starters and then some fan votes.
Go. About 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
How's 22 treating you so far? How's being 22 treating you so far?
Being 22, it's treating me phenomenal so far. Thanks to my boy Griff. It's phenomenal.
Been more than a year since you played in the game. Just have you dealt with a layoff like this, in your time playing sports before? And what's your excitement level, ready to get back out there?
I've never dealt with a layover like this. That's a long time without playing a game. But my excitement level is through the roof. I'm just ready to get back on the court.
This roster looks way different than last time you played. What are your thoughts on just the pieces you got around you?
I think we have a very special group. I think everybody saw that last year. Great group of guys. Everybody wants to see each other succeed. Adding CJ was real big for us, and I'm excited to get out there.
Now, much has been made about what city you're playing in, but what does it mean to have the right organization around you no matter where you're at, the right teammates?
That's something that, that's like a bonus because at the end of the day, they could just say, nah, this is your job, just come to work and it is what it is. But the Pelicans make it a family environment. They make it to where when you come to work, it doesn't even feel like work. You're just having fun and doing what we love to do.
And I know you're excited about being fully cleared once the summer kicked off. Just what was your focus over the summer? Just the work you were putting in and making sure you were prepared for today.
My focus over the summer was to just get back to playing shape, playing conditioning, and just honing my craft as usual.
And just how are you feeling now physically compared to your first couple of years in the league, just where you are?
I feel like I'm in my best right now. I feel like I'm moving faster, jumping higher. I feel great.
Are you working towards some position to play, a 4-5-3, or do you just want to take the ball all the time? What you working on?
Working on winning. Me and Coach Green spoke. He could throw me anywhere out there. As long as we winning, I mean, I'm happy with that.
As Griff and others have said, there's never been an athlete really like you in NBA history. In your time in the NBA, what have you just learned about, special steps or things you have to do to just, take care of yourself, knowing that you are just, unique athletically?
I think being around, the vets like Garrett Temple, Larry Nance, CJ, they really kind of educated me on certain things where not to try to follow some baseline from before, just to learn my body, learn as much as I can about it, and then work from that. And I think that advice really helped a lot. How much do you feel you have learned, about your body and just kind of where you're at right now and just the steps that you've taken? Man, it's one of those feelings where I'm in the gym and something happens and I'm like, oh, man, I can really do that. Oh, that's different. But now I learned a lot from nutrition standpoint, from working out standpoint, how long I need to be in the gym, and the most efficient way to work out. You obviously were able to watch from the sidelines during that playoff push last year. What is the thing that you kind of learned the most about how you can fit in with these guys or where guys like the ball or anything like that? What were you kind of watching during that time? In the moment, I was just caught up in the game itself, just wanted my teammates to go out there and win. But then over the summer, I was able to break it down more, and I think it's going to be really easy for me to fit in with my teammates because they play the game the right way. Nobody's selfish. Like I said, everybody wants to see each other succeed. Now, there are things we are going to have to learn. Like I'm have to learn how to play with CJ and be out on the court, learn how to play with Jose, Trey, Herb, because I haven't played with those guys yet. But from watching film, look, it's going to be an easy fit. Was there a moment this summer, you kind of mentioned oh, I can do this, I can do this. Was there a moment where you said in your head all right, I'm back? Man. No, I can't share that moment yet. I'm not ready for that moment. I can't share that one yet.
As far, you just referenced 22 years old. I mean, you're still a young man, but you became a professional at 18. Everybody asks about you physically. How much do you think you've grown and matured, because of the pros and the cons in the last 4 years, and where are you now as a young man?
I'm going to say that all the cons definitely helped me mature over time. But that's the story of life, facing adversity and how you're going to respond to it. So I would say the cons definitely helped me mature a lot faster.
And as far as, obviously it's all about team, but is there a part of you that wants to say, don't forget how good I was when I was healthy, and kind of show everybody that you're that player or better?
I've never been that type of guy. Spade to spade, I can sit up here and tell y'all whatever I want to tell y'all. It's not going to matter. Y'all only going to judge from what I do out there, so I'm going to just have to show y'all.
CJ's extension means you, CJ, and VI are all under contract for the next 3 years. Are you feeling like, hey, look, this is a real window to do something meaningful as a team?
Absolutely. Like I said, this group is special. training camp. I think it's going to be like my first time really like playing intense team basketball with them. So I feel like I'm going to know a lot more after that. But on paper and from what I've seen from the sidelines last year, man, we really have a special group.
And what did you kind of gain from that experience in Fort Lauderdale this summer, and what were you happiest about coming out of that process and completing it?
I was telling my friends what I was happiest about with that is leaving Fort Lauderdale. The best way to describe it is I found true resolve within the game of basketball. Something mentally in me shifted, changed, and the game of basketball that's it for me. It's my love, it's what I want to do, and like I said, I'm just excited to get out there and show the world what I can do.
Previously, when you've returned to the court, you've talked about you've had moments of like fitting in and figuring out where players like to get the ball, or like who likes to get their shot up when, and then you've hit a stride after a few weeks of adjustment. Do you feel like there's going to be another fitting in before you can like be yourself and play your game, or do you think that having a full camp will help you sort of ramp up to that fast?
Having a full camp is definitely going to help, but I think anytime anybody plays with a new group, it's always going to be an adjustment period, a learning period. I've been texting B.I. and C.J. about spots they like in certain points of the game. Do they like to start the game off early, being aggressive? Do they try to get the lay of the land? Because all three of us can't be out there trying to figure out the lay of the land and none of us being aggressive. So, like I said, it's just learning my teammates and fitting in where I can.
For you, how important was it for you to grow your team around you to help you get your personal team of Jasper and all that kind of stuff to get you where you need to be to get back to being able to play basketball?
It was very important to me. I've always been a closed-off guy. It's just how I am. It's how I've been as a kid. But finding that team and putting it together, like I said, work didn't feel like work. It was having fun and just doing what I love. And the process when I was in Fort Lauderdale was we were getting up early, but after like a week and a half of it, it didn't even feel like getting up at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. It didn't even feel like that no more. It just felt like, I'm just about to go to the gym and put some work in.
Is there a part of this process that you got a more appreciation for now that you went through it? And is there something that maybe went underappreciated that you wish got more light of day?
Yeah, I've learned to appreciate this process. I can never really put it into words with, I guess, all the adversity, all the cons. But for me, the Notorious B.I.G. album, Ready to Die, that album lyrically, how he talked about stress, what he was dealing with, just feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders and you feel like you're standing alone. That album really helped kind of shift my mindset and just finding true resolve within the game. I'm 22. I've been through a lot in the past years, some change. Some things you wish didn't happen, but from that album you just learn, man. That's life. Things are gonna happen, and you just gotta roll with them.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Tell you a funny story. I went fishing, I think it might have been late July. I was out in the water for like 5 or 6 hours, caught 0 fish. It was bad. So to answer that question, I didn't catch any fish when I went. That will change.
That was the story. You just went over.
Yeah, yeah. There were no fish caught.
Okay. How you feeling about this group? It looks pretty similar to the one you guys ended in the spring. How excited are you to have that continuity going into this year?
I'm super excited. Been working hard this summer, and we're just ready to, piece it all together and get it going this year.
Just what's been the focus on you, just preparing for year 2, just how things going to be different for you, knowing what your role is going to be going into this season?
I've been focusing a lot more on my body, trying to be able to be as fresh as I can towards the end of the year. And just, I guess, managing my workload throughout the year so that I can be, fresh night in and night out. And another thing I've been focusing on is decision making and pick and rolls or transition, things like that, attacking downhill against advantages. Just trying to elevate that piece of my game. I've been watching a ton of film on guarding pick and rolls and attacking pick and rolls when guys go under. Things like that. I just been trying to put myself in a lot of more game-like situations throughout the summer.
Based on comments from Willie and I think Larry, and then apparently only having one fishing trip this summer, it seems like you lived in the gym this past summer. Just how was that balance of just trying to work out, trying to get better, and trying to work on your game with trying to actually take some time to yourself and rest?
It's tough for me because I don't do a lot. Like I'm not huge. Like I'm not big on trips. I mean, it's tough, especially having 24-hour access to the gym. It's tough to go 3 or 4 days without going to the gym at least. But I think the guys, especially Larry, he's helped me out with just telling me to make sure I manage my workload and not overwork myself before the season starts.
Did he try to take your ID card or anything so you?
You try to take what?
Did he try to take your card or anything so you couldn't get in the gym and try to lock it on you? Or
If he did take the card, I would have found another one. I would have called somebody to come up and open the gym.
What is? I mean, do you go? You're early morning guy? You late at night, or if you can't sleep, do you just all right? I'm going to go get shots up. Like, what's your routine to?
Majority of the time, I try to get in the gym before anybody gets there because I like playing my music, and it's less distractions. Most of the times when I get to the gym, it may be 2 or 3 people in the gym. It just gives me a peace of mind to be able to go in the gym, play my music, just get lost in the work.
Last year, you were bringing the ball up the court and initiating the offense a fair amount of time. I think Willie said continue to use you there this year. What was that process like last year? Just like, hey, we're gonna use you like this, every once in a while and things like that. And what's your comfortability doing that?
I was comfortable with doing whatever the coaches asked of me. It wasn't a huge adjustment. And growing up, I played a little point guard, so it wasn't like something I was super new to. And I just try to keep it simple. Pass the ball when guys get open. Just give them space to do what they do best.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, going into year 2, biggest adjustment to make, and what do you feel most comfortable doing now that you've got an established name in the league?
Biggest adjustment to make probably would have to be just managing that workload. And I think, what was the second part of that question?
Just what you were most comfortable with, and then the biggest adjustment going into year 2.
I'm most comfortable with relying on my defensive abilities to, I guess, open up more transition opportunities for myself and my teammates. And like I said, the biggest adjustment is just managing that workload, not trying to overwork myself.
Yeah, Griff talked about seeing you guys this summer in the gym. You, Trey, Jose, all those guys kind of in the gym pushing each other. Just what was that like being around those guys working out together over the summer?
It was fun. Every day, you never know what to expect in terms of like how people may play. Trey may be shooting threes from the half-court line one day. Jose's always doing his, the patented steal. But it's been fun getting to, go to work and get better with Trey and Jose each day that they're here. I know Jose had to play with the national team, so he was, gone for a minute. But it's super fun to, get in the gym and compete with those guys and get better.
Since you were out there like on the water going over, not catching any fish, did you have any time to like reflect on like your past accomplishment of the last season?
I try not to think about basketball when I go out to fish, but it was definitely like when I go out to fish, it gives me a peace of mind like I can't really find anywhere else. But the offer, it hurt me. It hurt me. I almost went back to the same spot the next day, but I. Oh no, I went back in Alabama. Yeah, I went back in Alabama. I gotta try. I haven't been fishing here yet. Yeah, so I gotta find me some spots here.
All right, Herb. So in terms of the potential to develop your game offensively, just going into year 2, I'm sure you feel like there's a lot there. Given the prominent responsibility you'll have on defense and how much other scoring there is in the lineup, how do you approach that?
I try to stay as simple as possible. A lot of times in my workouts, if I'm dribbling the ball, I don't try to exceed 2 or 3 dribbles because I know in a game I won't be taking 2 or 3 dribbles. It'll be quick decisions that need to be made on my end. So if I rep out, being simple and using less dribbles, throughout the summer, I feel like it'll be second nature once the game starts.
Herb, I know you were named to an all-rookie team last year, but not an all-NBA defensive team. Does that give you any kind of extra motivation for this year?
Not really, because I approach each game the same way. I'm just trying to go out and do whatever it takes to win. And so if that gets my name on an all-NBA team, that's cool. If it doesn't and the Pelicans still winning, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Herb, I feel like we're mixing business and pleasure with all the fishing again here. But two-part is, did you have like a favorite person to match up against last year in the NBA? And with all this talk, I got to know what lure you're using.
Favorite player to match up against last year was Josh Primo. Because he was my teammate at Bama. And I don't want to give out that. I don't want anyone to experience what I experienced. Oh, well, I should say it then. It was a red artificial worm, I think made by Zoom. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I caught I think a 4-pounder on the same, so it just might have been a bad day. I hope.
Herb, what would you say was your biggest adjustment from college and then getting thrown in the starting lineup there early on in the year last year. What was your biggest adjustment you had to make?
The biggest adjustment, I'd say, would probably be like at each position, you had to worry about something. Like in college, I mean, it's one or two guys maybe that you have to really key in on. I mean, it is somewhat like that in the NBA, but it's like you're picking your poison. So I think that's the biggest adjustment. Like you had to be aware and ready to help out, 3 or 4 guys, 4 or 5 guys each night.
You talk about sort of managing your workload. This team has a lot of like-sized wings, and they just drafted Dyson, who's also like 6'7", 6'8". How do you feel like that's going to come into play when it comes to managing your workload?
I mean, I feel like I can exert more defensively now because we have a lot of like-sized guys. So, and I think it goes hand in hand. I think they would be able to exert more energy offensively and defensively, knowing that you get super tired. Someone else can come in and it won't be a drop off in energy or a level of play. So I mean, it can only help and not harm. I feel like, having a lot of like-sized wings that are able to defend, handle the ball, and shoot the ball, it makes it a lot easier for guys to go out and, exert more energy.
And because of the roster being the way it is, we've seen it in the playoffs where teams don't play with a true big sometimes. Seems like you guys might be doing that more this year. Do you feel like that's going to be added responsibility? How do you prepare for perhaps playing in smaller lineups?
Right now, to be honest with you, I don't really know. I just kind of react off of what's going on that night. Whatever position they may need me to play, go guard, I'm okay with it. And I'm sure, the guys on the team are okay with, guarding whoever coach expects them or needs them to guard.
When exactly last season did you know that you were going to be a starter and maybe a starter for full time? And also the people want to know what kind of music you listen to.
Man, it's never a point where, like, I know I'm starting. Because in this league, I mean, at any given time, it can be taken away from you. And so I always just tried to work, show up and play, like it wasn't guaranteed that I would start the next day, even if it was a back-to-back. Like I'm giving it 110% to be able to, keep my name in the starting lineup or just, stay on the team. That's the biggest thing for me is just, trying to keep a job. I'm showing up to work every day. I'm trying to exemplify that. And I need to give artists, my top 3 artists.
Sure. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. I say 1, Future. 2, Gunna. And I would have to say 3, Meek Mill.
All right.
All right, we have one last question. Last call.
We got the same 3.
My guy. We good? All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I know Summer League didn't go the way you wanted it to go. Trajan said you've been going pretty hard since. You know, how are you feeling physically? Just what's been kind of your focus on the court heading into camp?
Yeah, you know, obviously Summer League didn't plan out the way I wanted it to, but, you know, those things happen. And, you know, since then, you know, I've been back, you know, last like 2 months. So, you know, a lot of work on the floor for me, a lot of getting in shape, getting in the gym, a lot of time spent before practice, after practice, working on my jump shot. So, I mean, yeah, I've been in the gym a lot, just, you know, as much as I can to get ready for the season and show that, you know, I can play in this team and earn my spot in this roster. So, yeah, for me, it's been a lot of work, but, you know, I love the work, so.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time with some of the other younger guys on the squad, y'all being in the city together. Just what's it been like seeing them work in the gym, and what kind of nuggets are you taking away from them?
Yeah, for sure. You know, some of the young guys, you know, I bond really well with this team, you know, older guys as well. You know, we have a really good, you know, team chemistry. Everyone wants to hang with each other, you know, go to events with each other and stuff like that. So, you know, just building those bonds, building that relationship with my teammates, seeing everyone work on the floor, you know, going at each other, you know, having fun, you know, encouraging each other. It's been good. And, you know, the last few months, you know, people have been in the gym working. So, you know, we're ready to go for the season for sure.
You also took some time and you were playing a lot of pickup with like Giddy and Chet, those guys, Duop, all those kind of some of the Aussie guys. What was that like in getting to run with those guys?
Yeah, it was good. You know, I think in Irvine, you know, it's like a Australian hub kind of thing. You know, we might claim that spot, but you know, we got a lot of Aussie guys coming in and out of there. You know, a lot of great NBA players coming in and out. JL's gym, we get some good runs in and stuff like that. So, you know, for us to get those runs in the off season, you know, it's only going to help us for for the season. Work on our game, work on the things we work on, you know, individually. So you know, when I'm out there, you know, I always get those runs in, and you know, they're competitive, which is good. So everyone goes at each other.
What's kind of been I mean, I know your time in Summer League was short, but playing against those guys, what's kind of the number one thing you've noticed making that jump so far, just from G League to NBA?
Yeah, I think you know, obviously the pace, you know, picks up again, you know, from the G League to the NBA level. You know, you got to, you know, really lock in on who you're guarding. Some people can shoot the piss out of the ball, so you have to make sure they can't get shots up and stuff like that. So, you know, you just got to really lock in who you're guarding. Everyone's different. Everyone has, you know, different strengths, and their strengths are like real strengths. Like you really have to take that away from them. So, I think just knowing personnel, learning to play fast, you know, play under control. I mean, yeah, obviously NBA, the best league in the world, you're going up against the best players, so it's going to be tough.
Have you had time to settle in New Orleans, take in the city? Have you grown fond of any particular food spots yet?
Yeah, I've been here for a few months now, so I've been able to, you know, take in a bit of the city. You know, I've been to the zoo, the aquarium, you know, been down Canal Street. You know, I've been to some really good food spots, stuff like that. So, you know, I'm loving the city. You know, people here are great, very nice, very welcoming. But yeah, the food here is amazing, so I've found some good spots for sure.
Dyson, Trajan, Griff, and Willie all talked about how competitive they expect for this upcoming training camp to be. What's your approach in trying to earn a role, you know, in your rookie season on a team that's, you know, as deep as this one?
Yeah, obviously we got a really deep team, and you know, everyone's trying to earn their spot, so it's going to be competitive. For me coming in, you know, I just want to show a bit of everything I can do. You know, be competitive, be physical, play my defense. You know, play my role in the team. Often do things that I do well, not trust, you know, do things that, you know, I'm not as great at. But you know, I've been, you know, in the gym every day, you know, putting in the work. So I'm you know, just be myself, training camp, be competitive. Obviously we got, you know, 15 guys deep basically. Like it's going to be tough to earn your spot in this roster. So training camp going to be very competitive for sure.
Have you been talking a lot of basketball with your new teammates, watching video of them from last year, stuff like that too?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I watch video basically every day. You know, learn the plays. You know, I get, you know, our videos after our practices and stuff like that, just to, you know, go over, you know, what I didn't do well, what I need to do better. But yeah, I'm learning every day. You know, talking to coaches, watching film. You know, all that stuff.
What have been some particular points of focus for your offseason development? Has it been more of a all-around type of thing, or has it been like, hey, these are the few things that I really want to work on and work towards?
Yeah, I think personally, like I have like an all-round game, but I've been focused on my shot for sure. You know, a lot of hours in the gym. You know, with our shooting coach Fred. You know, before, after practice, coming back at night. You know, I've been working on my finishing, ball handling, stuff like that. Getting in the gym, putting on some size. So, I mean, those are probably the main things I've been focusing on, but obviously, you know, I've been doing other stuff as well, just to make sure I keep my all-round game, show a bit of everything I can do, but shooting's definitely, you know, I've done a lot of that this offseason.
And when it comes to working on the shooting, does it help now already have played in the G League at the NBA three-point line? You don't have to adjust once more. You know, you already have a year under your belt working with that range.
Yeah, for sure, that helps. You know, playing the G League, playing the NBA length court, NBA lines. Obviously, you know, it's you know, shooting the three balls something you have to have in this game. So for me, just working on that, changing a few things with my shot, getting it off quicker, stuff like that. But yeah, obviously playing the G League and using the three-point line there helps. But you know, NBA is different. People close out quicker, so you got to learn how to get your shot off quicker. So, but you know, I've been working on it.
Like when we talked to you in the summer, you were talking about putting some good weight on. Where are you at right now with that, and how's that been? I'm sure New Orleans food has kind of helped with that.
New Orleans food has definitely helped. Yeah, that's definitely helped a lot. But you know, I do a lot of conditioning and stuff on the floor, so I lose a lot. So I got to make sure I'm putting it back in. Obviously, we got, you know, our chefs and stuff at the facility. Getting a chef, you know, myself to, you know, go for dinner time and stuff like that. You know, I'm happy with where I'm at, you know, with my size and stuff now. I think, you know, strength-wise, I can, you know, guard, you know, bigger guys than me and, you know, little guys as well. So I'm happy with where I'm at with my, you know, size and strength.
What is it like working with Fred? I'm a jumper.
Man, that guy's different. You know, he got every little detail he knows. So he's a, you know, he's an animal. He's in the gym every day. But you know, that guy's so good, you know, to learn off. And you know, obviously he was a great shooter himself. He just knows so much about shooting that you know, I want to learn everything I can of him. And you know, the last few months been great working with him.
Yeah, we know you love the defensive side of the court. What's it been like just seeing Herb Jones up close and just seeing how he approaches, you know, playing defense?
Yeah, Herb, you know, he's a great defender, you know, great instincts, great length. You know, that guy, you know, blocks shots, gets steals, you know, locks people up. So, you know, I love to model my game after him, you know, after seeing him in the gym and how he works on defense. You know, I think we can work really well with each other on the defensive end and switching and stuff like that. You know, that guy's a beast on the defensive end for sure. And, you know, he's come a long way with his offense as well. So, you know, I'm excited to see what he does this season. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Chris, you good? What's up, baby? I'm good, man.
You've done a lot of these things now. How much talent do you think is in the room on this team?
In the room right now? No. I got to see y'all playing. No. Man, we have a lot. As you said, I've done a lot of these, and I've seen a lot, which basically says I'm old as hell. But I haven't seen the talent level like this on very many teams I've been on. And, you know, I told somebody else earlier in an interview, if we reach our potential, we'll be scary. So when people ask what success us reaching our potential is a successful season, and then the rest will take care of itself. But we got a lot of talent that fits well together.
As I mean, you were one of the leaders on this team. You still are. What is your role in helping make sure everybody kind of understands what their role is, especially as you guys are kind of trying to integrate Dyson and integrate Z back into the fold?
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. I think a big thing is, understanding your role. You having 27 and 7 coming back. You're having a inch taller Trey Murphy coming in. You're having a 6'7" Dyson Daniels that is way more competitive and can really play better than I think most people would have assumed. So the talent level, I think my role would be to help, make sure everybody knows that we're trying to win a championship. That's the goal. And to do that, we need to make sure we're on the same page. If everybody looks out for their self a little less and for the team a little more, the sum of that will be a really good season.
Yeah, and I asked CJ about this earlier, but just what are your thoughts on just this young team coming in with some expectations, and just what's it like kind of preparing for that and making sure you can deal with that during a long season?
Yeah, it's different. It's going to be different. I think we'll have to lean on CJ a lot in terms of that. He was obviously in Portland when they started winning, and then they went into seasons with expectations. Part of the reason why that extension for him is great. Knowing he'll be here, he's a guy that understands that he's gonna have to. His role may change a little bit, and we talk about it. Him just turning 31, I think he's ready to be able to take on that, and it's gonna be something that we have to. The guy's gonna have to learn on the fly. Obviously, you can't tell somebody how to feel, but it's a challenge, and we're looking forward to it.
You obviously had a working relationship with CJ from the PA, and now I know we talked about it when he first got here, but what have you kind of seen in terms of what he has done for this team?
He's done more than I would have even imagined. We had a conversation, and we've talked about this before he even came on the team, and what he's brought is obviously another veteran leader, but somebody that's established in the league that has, done really good things in this league from an on-court perspective, obviously off-court as well, but what he can bring to a team, the deep playoff runs he has, the amount of minutes he's played in clutch games, and then obviously what he did at the end of the season last year and in the playoffs last year. It's just really good to have a guy like that, kind of an anchor that has been through things to kind of be able to lean on in situations like we're starting off this season.
Garrett, how important was it for this group to experience that late season success they had last year? How much of that does carry over for a team like this?
Yeah, I think we'll see how much of it carries over. I think it was very important for us to go through what we went through last year, making that run and then winning those two games in the play-in tournament, which I love, by the way. The atmosphere that it creates, and it gives teams like us a chance to be able to do what we did last year and have a little momentum going into the season. Once we're adding a guy like a Zion Williamson, I think it was great for the players to go through that and to see how it feels. And also it was, great for Zion to see what the fans do. It's great for Zion to see what his teammates can do. And I would imagine it reinvigorated him to even want to come be on the court even more. We talked throughout the playoffs about what could have been if he was healthy. So now we have that chance, and we're ready to attack it.
It sounds like you kind of relate to the inevitable preoccupation there's going to be, or there's bound to be, about Zion returning to the team after missing a whole year. Just given his background and what he was able to accomplish in a short amount of time. But could you tell me, given that basketball is kind of a team game and the experience you had last year without him, to what extent do you understand that, or how do you view it?
Understand what exactly?
The preoccupation that the basketball world at large is going to have with him coming back.
Oh, I mean, I understand it. Being a veteran in this league, that's one of the stories. That's why this room is more filled than it was last year. That's just the way it is. That's the way of the game. That's why we have fans. That's part of the reason, people love this game. And it's a reason why there will be a preoccupation, because he's done what he's done, even though he hasn't played a great amount of games in this league. And the fit of his game in what we already have, what we had last year. I was playing with him at the end of the year last year when he was coming back, and his basketball IQ, the way that he plays, the way that he thinks the game, should have fit in pretty well with what we have here. So the preoccupation, I don't think it'll be a distraction at all. I think we have enough veterans, enough guys here that understand what's the task at hand is, and honestly, with Zion's personality, he's not going to make it a distraction either. So we just got to get on the court and get to know each other and win some games.
Gary, with all the experience that you have in the NBA and when so much of this core being 25 and under, kind of what's your message to them on a day-to-day basis about how to approach this game on the court and off of it?
25 and under, wow, yeah. Just to understand, like a Dyson Daniels, just small things that we were telling Herb and Trey and Jose last year, and Anaji to make sure we have a routine. The game gets, the season gets long. Routine really helps. Understanding your body. Maybe not doing 5 360s windmills in practice. Maybe doing 2 today. Because we haven't hit the dog days yet. But things like that, the simplest things go a long way for younger guys to understand how to withstand this season and to, peak at the right time.
To your point a minute ago, about Zion's personality and not, making it a big distraction. Could you just expand on that?
Yeah, I think, he's not a guy that is going to, fuel the fire from y'all. He's going to answer questions. He's reserved. He's going to, smile when he needs to smile. He's going to do everything he needs to do. And at the end of the day, he wants to play basketball and win games. So he understands what goes into it. He's signing his extension. He wants to be there, so those questions aren't out there anymore. I think it's a perfect positive storm. CJ signed his extension. Zion's here. We know who the core is. And it's just a matter of going out there between those lines and playing.
Garrett, your father, College Temple, right? First African American to play basketball at LSU. We have the number 6 representing Bill Russell in your jersey. Tell me something that can connect those two.
Man, it's crazy you asking. I'm getting chills. My dad, first year he played with the Spurs in 1974, and then he was trying to make a team in 1975, and that team was the Seattle Supersonics, who Bill Russell coached. And Bill coached him for a couple of months, wanted him to stay in Seattle so they could make a trade and keep him on the team. But my grandfather, College Temple Sr., told him, come on down here, come on down back to Kentwood, Louisiana. You all right, you need to go ahead and hang it up. So my dad has kept in touch with him, had kept in touch with him over the years, and just spoke to how graceful of a person he was. The mind, the basketball mind, but even more than that, just the mind of a leader, a servant leader, obviously a social justice, person that really paved the way for a lot of people. So he has great admiration for Coach Russell, and obviously another Louisiana guy. Gucci, appreciate y'all, man.
How we doing, everybody? I appreciate it. Here, you want me to stick? Here you go. Hold on. See if I can stick them out the curtain. Here you go. You know, I got the 10s on. Yeah. How we doing, everybody?
Doing well. Just what's been the focus for you this summer, kind of preparing, knowing what your role is going to be now with this team, what your teammates look like, all that kind of stuff. How have you been preparing this summer?
The biggest thing is I'm finally healthy. You know, I played the end of the season last year, obviously, still recovering from surgery, and so you know, that little knee surgery, the meniscus surgery I had, I didn't realize how long it had been bothering me. I had lost a step, lost a little bit of bounce, and all that came back this summer. So I feel good. I feel better than I have in the past few years, and so first off, I'm healthy and I feel great. Second, spacing. You know, obviously with Z coming back, that's a lot of gravity towards the rim. And whether I play minutes with Z, Jonas, Trey at the 4, BI at the 4, me at the 5, whoever it is, like, you know, spacing is going to be important. So worked a lot on my shot. And, you know, I think we'll see, you know, an increase in volume and percentage this year.
How much do you think that experience, you know, winning the play-in tournament, going up against the Suns in the first round is going to help this young team going into this season?
It's going to help a lot. It's going to help a lot. I mean, we had 3 rookies play major minutes in a playoff series against the number 1 team in the NBA at that time. So for a team that made the playoffs and gave the best team in the NBA 6 games to now be adding 27-9 is kind of ridiculous, isn't it? So, you know, I can't wait to see what that's going to look like, and the buzz and the vibes around this team right now are incredible.
We saw during the play-in tournament game against the Clippers in the first round series against the Suns, a lot of you at the 5.
Mhm.
Are you going into the season, you know, kind of expecting like, hey, I could be used here quite a bit, you know, like to close games or for a different look?
Yeah, no, I look, I'll play the 1 if you want me to. I'll play the 1 if you want me to, but yeah, no, I'll be playing a lot of 5 this year, a lot of backup, change of pace 5 in the switching units. Be doing a lot of that, but to a certain point, you know, there are lineups on the court where I'll play the 5, and there will be 2 or 3 guys on our team that are taller than me on the court. Brandon's taller than me, Trey's taller than me, Jax is taller than me, Billy's taller than me, Jonas is taller than me, you know. So I think it's going to be a lot of guys that can do a lot of everything. So whether I'm the 5, the 4, guarding the 3, doesn't matter to me. I just whatever they need me to do, I have the toolkit and capabilities to do so.
How many times did you tell Herb Jones to go home this summer?
Oh, don't get me started. That dude, I think I said something last year that was like, all right, the 2 hardest working people I've ever seen was 1, Colin Sexton in Cleveland, 2, Brandon Ingram in Los Angeles. Herb Jones is on that list. This dude, every time I was at the gym, he was either just leaving or just coming back for his second workout. The dude is a gym rat, and I tried to get him to go home. He needed to go take a vacation. I offered to pay for it. You know, my thing was, hey, look, at start of training camp, you're going to feel great. In October and November, you're going to feel great. It's not what I need from you. I need you to feel great in March. I need you to feel great in June, you know. But, you know, dude doesn't have an off switch. He's a coach's kid. So expect a big year from him. I'm excited to see.
What have you kind of seen from some of these younger guys who want to continuously try to get better, and how as a vet do you know, let them know, all right, hey, you need to have a little bit of this balance and kind of, you know, how to get ready for a season?
Right. Some of the biggest thing is like, take Trey Murphy, for example. You know, in summer league and, you know, in pickup games, we saw him expanding, right? Taking guys off the dribble, you know, one-on-one ISO moves, you know, working as a primary scorer in an offense. And in the offseason, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to expand. You know, if your bag is this big, in the offseason, you try to get it to this big, knowing that when you come back to your team, you may have to fill back a role, right? In the summertime, In the summertime, I shoot some step back threes. I'll bring the ball up and go one-on-one myself. But I know damn well that when I do that in game, Willie's gonna be like, we got some guys that can do that, and you're not one of them. That's cool. But summertime's for expanding your bag, and these guys, Herb Jones has been working. Him and Fred have been attached at the hip this summer. Same thing with Dyson since he's been here. Trey Murphy's been traveling across America playing in pickup games and doing fashion shows. Jose obviously, played for Puerto Rico, and we got to see Jonas and Billy do the same thing. These guys have been working. That's one thing that making the playoffs does. It just makes you, it's like a drug. It just makes you hungry for more. Because that's the caliber of basketball that we all dream of. And you don't know until you know. And these rookies are fortunate enough to now get that bug.
Were you a little jealous that CJ got his extension first?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so happy for the dude. He's he's just a great leader for these guys to look up to, and him committing here, 2 further years just shows his commitment to the team and their value in him. So, congrats to him. Dinner's on him.
We like to talk about the young guys, right? And then
Yeah.
we bring in somebody like CJ. But one person we keep forgetting about is Brandon Ingram. And you referred to him as one of the best bleeping players on the court when you played in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Where do you see his progression? How do you see him work? Is he working just as hard as a Herb Jones?
Did you hear who number 2 was on my list of most hardest working players? Brandon Ingram. No, that dude. BI is BI, man. You guys know the numbers better than I do, but you say we keep forgetting about BI. Like, ain't nobody forgetting about BI. When we play the first game, I guarantee you they ain't forgetting about BI. And if they do, enjoy this 50 ball. BI is BI is working. BI is working. Like, obviously, once you get to a certain point in the league and establish your work ethic and reputation in the league, you are allowed to leave Market, leave New Orleans, and go. If you want to live in LA in the summer, if you want to live in Chicago, Miami in the summertime, cool. But once you establish, the trust, your organization's trust in you that you are working, you can go do what you want. And if there's anyone that has earned that trust, it's BI. Because year after year, you guys have seen it. He's gotten better every single year, and that doesn't happen just by coincidence. So, ain't nobody worried about BI. He's gonna be BI.
You've already talked about playing a little bit more 5, playing more small ball. What makes a successful small ball lineup? You see teams out there like, oh, we have a lot of wings, we're going to try it.
Mhm.
They don't necessarily have the same success as other teams. What defines success and what contributes to making those units really come together and utilize their strengths and weaknesses?
So at the end of the day, the goal of any unit is a positive plus minus, right? When these 5 players on the court together, they beat whoever the other 5 are, whoever they are. And that can come about in a variety of different ways, right? You could throw a lineup out there of me, Trey, Dyson, Devontae, Jose, and we'll run. We'll have you breathing oxygen on the sideline, Or we could look at it as put me, Jax, BI, small, right? Me, Jax, BI, or me, Jax, Z, and go big and just punish you on the glass. Like, small ball is just another way of playing that doesn't have a traditional 5 in it, JV is not playing any small ball. Dude's 7'1". It ain't happening. But we're so fortunate to have depth in every area. We can play wings, we can play guards, we can play bigs. But yeah, the small ball lineup, we can whatever makes us beat the other team. That could be me initiating from the top, which I do a lot, out of delay action, where I'm flowing into the top, picking a guard to play off of, and running pick and roll, rolling, spraying out to the other side. It could be just me running up in pick and roll. It could be me staying low and letting BI ISO, letting CJ ISO. And then because we go small and they're going to switch, they have somebody that can't box me out. which is what you saw in the Phoenix Suns series. They put somebody smaller in the game, and I just got to eat offensive rebounds. That's what the Clippers did too. And so I think it's versatility that allows the small ball to work, and that's kind of my specialty.
Z mentioned to us that you had been one of the vets who were kind of talking to him about his body and taking care of it. Just can you share kind of maybe what you have kind of tried to let him know about, again, getting his body ready for the season?
Yeah, for sure. You know, everybody's different. Everybody's body is different. I can't do what he can do. I can't treat grown men like they're toddlers. I'm not built like that. I can't, fresh off an injury, throw the ball off the glass, put it between my legs and dunk it and post it on social media. I don't have that. I don't have the ability, you know? With that comes great response. Like, it sounds corny, but with great power comes great responsibility. It does. Like, this dude, there are not many one-of-ones in the NBA. He's a one-of-one and has potential to be a one-of-one. With that comes treating the Lamborghini of a body you've been given like a Lamborghini. You don't put the cheapest gas in a Lambo, you know? You go to the pump and you know, the 93, the 95, whatever that is, you know, you put that in there because you don't want to be on the highway driving and hear your engine. No, you don't want that, right? So, you know, it's a funny analogy, but it's true. You know, this dude is, you know, LeBron spends what, $1 million a year on his body. He's a one-of-one. I bet you Giannis is close. There are a few one-of-ones, and he's one. And that's what we keep, you know, that's my message to him is like, hey, look, you know, look at the guys that guys are kind of comparing you to, that you have the ability to be like. They're, you know, the seriousness at which they take their off-season work and even their downtime and preparation. LeBron travels with a hyperbaric chamber. That's crazy. But you see what it's gotten him to, right? The dude is, you know, in year 38 and still, you know, him. So, you know, and that's just my overall message to Z. It's like, hey, look, you know, you don't put cheap gas in a Lambo. You're a Lambo, you know. Spend that time, spend that energy, you know, on keeping yourself on the court, because this team did some fun things without you. Come on. We just added Giannis to the Bucks. Like, you know, I'm excited. So I know I know you guys saw him. He looks great. His mentality's great. You know, now I got to put on some padding to deal with this beating I'm going to take in training camp. Yeah. Oh no, I'm going to have the elbow pads, the knee pads, those thigh pads. Like, yeah, I might come to practice in a full, you know, there's like, you know, the things that like, oh no, that's not enough. You know, those things that like you see like a video, like a trained dog attacking those people. That's what I'm going to wear to practice. Yeah. So, you know, he no one wants to see him more, you know, succeed more than I do. So he's got an ally in me, and I'll stay in his ear. And there are a lot of people in this team and organization that care for him and want to see him be Zion Williamson.
Hey, Larry, can you talk about how comfortable you are going into Willie Green's system this year? We'd asked CJ how much of the offense he knew before the playoffs last year. Same question.
We had to limit our playbook substantially because I didn't know a thing, not a thing. Neither did CJ. But you could ask me to run a Portland play, and I'd have had it for you. But you know, I only played 15 games with the Pels, so our playbook was substantial. So now being able to come into a training camp and actually know what we're doing instead of just like, literally, my play was, hey, set a screen and go get that board. That's what I did. And so, you know, I think, you know, me and him actually integrating into the system this time, with time to learn and grow into it is going to be really good. Cause, you know, that dude has the ball a lot, CJ, and so he when your point guard doesn't know the plays, you're limited. No, it'll be good. I'm excited for training camp, learning what Willie's got for us. Sweet. Appreciate it, guys.
Great. Same. For me, the same. Yeah. How are you, man? Great.
So, I mean, like clearly the public underrated Spain going into Eurobasket. What did the media people like not see that you guys had? I mean, why did we whiff so badly on that?
I mean, I don't really know. It was just it was too many people don't believe in us. Because we don't have the old people, Gasol, Mark, Navarro, Felipe, Calderon. But something that is inside of us in Spain is just we compete against everybody, and it's something really special. And we are not afraid about any team. And for us, it was just competing every day, try to get better through the tournament, and just do our job, trusting the coaching staff, doing the planning, the game plan, and we have to follow it and try to be right. So for us, it was perfect. We knew what we need to do every single game, and we just need to compete and give our 120%, and we did it, and we become European champions again. So it's really special.
You've won gold with Spain before. Where does this one rank? How does it compare to other times?
I mean, it's for me, in all my medals with the national team, this one is the most valuable for me. The way we grow through training camp, through the tournament, the way we compete against everybody with no being afraid. And for me, especially to be able to be the leaders of the team and play a lot of minutes without any restrictions and anything, it was amazing because I really enjoy to play basketball, and I really saw everybody, all the work that I've been putting on. So it's really good because it gives me confidence, and one more time again, trusting my work that I've been doing last couple of years, and I'm gonna keep doing and try to keep growing and try to play basketball.
What did it mean to be able to do it with your brother playing such a big role? Obviously, we saw what it meant to him for you to win MVP, but what did it mean for you to be able to be those top two guys there?
I mean, it's super special to be able to win again with
with my brother, especially for him having a hard year, changing so many times of team. Finally watch him and show him working so hard, extremely hard every day. And I was telling him, like, let the game come to you. Don't put any pressure on you. This is the national team. Everybody loves you here. You have no pressure. And he finally grew a lot through the tournament. And he was there when we need him. That was the final, hitting 7 threes. And it was Juancho. It was not Bo Cruz. It was Juancho. And I feel great. I feel great. He found his rhythm again, and it's really hard when you are so many games without playing, with no confidence. Everybody look so completely different player, and my brother is that player in the final that everybody saw, with confidence, attacking the rim, shooting every shot. So hopefully that helped him through the season this year.
And we joked about it, but what's it like going into the tournament, with Luka, with Giannis, with Jokic, so many great players that went to Eurobasket, and you're the guy that came out with the gold and the MVP?
It means that the teams are 12 players, and everybody have to give their best to be able to win a championship. And that's for not only Eurobasket, not EuroLeague. It's about the NBA. One player can be super talented, but they need a team around him they can help and they can know their role. And I've been telling the guys there, we are not the most talented team in Spain. We are not the strongest guy in the team, but we are the best unit. We are the best chemistry, the best locker room chemistry. And that's the key. The winning teams, they have that. They have that DNA on there. So that's one of the things that I want to have with the Pelicans from the beginning. And we have super talented team, but as well super great locker room. And both mixed, it can be very dangerous because it can be really good and really hard to stop. So we need to work together from the beginning, using this training camp and setting our goals, and it's going to be good.
And how do you think that experience playing in competitive games all summer is going to help you be prepared for this season?
I'm prepared. My confidence is super high. I saw everybody again when I have minutes. I can be one of the best centers to play basketball. So for me, I just want to keep doing what I do, which is play basketball. I expect to play. Jonas and I, we have a bet. The winner of that game against Lithuania and Spain is going to be the starting center. So I guess you have seen me here. But yes, my confidence is great. I'm really excited to be able to be here. And, I have so much fun playing basketball, minutes and enjoying and making mistakes and everything, is part of the game. So I'm really expecting to play, to have fun and help my team to win, because I'm coming from a winning team. And I've been telling you guys every summer when I come back, but this one is special. I feel with a lot of confidence, and I'm going to keep working, try to be better every day and try to help my team.
What's your review of Hustle? How do you think Juancho did as a leading man?
I think Juancho did a decent job, right? To don't have any experience on the movie, to never act in other stuff. He really impressed me, and he was working a lot with their teachers and everything to know how to act. And it was too many months there in Philadelphia during the summers. They've been filming the movie for 2 years, and I was super happy to see the movie. But the most important thing was my 3 seconds on the movie. You guys saw it, right? But a new experience. It was something special for me, my brother, and my family, and I'm super happy for him, and hopefully they can do Hustle too.
Looking at this team this year, you guys bring back almost everybody from last year. You add, a Dyson and a Z to that. How much does that continuity help going into a new year, having so many guys that you're already so familiar with?
It's going to be great. We already know each other. We worked hard last year, and it was a work in progress, and Coach Willie knows what this team needs to do. Everybody knows what we can give to this team, and having almost the same unit in the second year, it can be really good, because we taste what the playoff is last year a little bit, and I think everybody's hungry and everybody's going to work hard from the beginning to try to have a good run and not make the play, just make the playoff and have a good run. And we want to prepare and want to compete, and we want to grow through the season as well.
Yeah, at the end of the last season, David Griffin had said you were pretty much untradeable, untouchable on the market. What did it mean to hear that from him, knowing you would have a spot on this roster again going into this season?
It feels great to have the confidence of the organization, and it feels safe to. I know they have my back. It's going to be my third year here, and I try to give everything to this organization and this team every single day because you guys are my family. Trey and is here, but everybody is my family, and I feel so happy to be back. But like I say, I feel with a lot of confidence this year after this summer, and I just want to try to compete and try to have a good run to the playoff, try to be a better player, better person. But at the same time, I have so much fun playing this year and this summer basketball that I really want to play. So, I mean, hopefully that confidence is in minutes.
Trey Murphy from...
Oh, my God.
Trey Murphy from
I don't miss that. No.
Trey Murphy from thepelican.com.
Yes, keep going.
Just want to ask, who do you, who do you dedicate this MVP and gold medal to? Anybody on the team specifically?
You got to be Pelicans team?
It doesn't have to be, but I mean, that would be preferred for sure.
No, listen, this, first of all, this MVP that they give me is because they have to give to somebody. But for me, it was every single guy of my team, 12 guys, they was the MVP. But yes, Trey, you part of this too. You part of the gold medal of Spain. Because, no, honestly, you've been with me last year. You're still a rookie until your next game, okay? But you helped me as well, and you helped me to grow. Everybody have a bad days, and you always were there to help me and keep trusting the work that we put in on day off, day in. So I'm very proud of you and the way you grow through last year, the player that you become, and I know you're gonna have a great year and you're ready to go. So you're part of this tournament, this MVP, and everything.
Muchas gracias.
Yes.
All right, you speak about confidence, right? And hopefully that integrates to the next season. One thing that I noticed during the Eurobasket, you were going left a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that's something you want to continue, right?
You know what happened? The coaches that they know me really well, they know that I'm going left most of the time. So I feel more confidence. I don't know why. Maybe better touch or whatever. But I'm right-hander, so the other teams they gotta see which way they gotta send me. I'm gonna try to score both ways.
You're one of the few players, surprisingly, who's actually been on the court with Zion a couple of years ago. And not only that, like your units were really successful. How excited are you to sort of get back on the court with him and try to replicate some of the success you guys had 2 years ago?
I'm really excited to be part of the team with Zion again. You know, having healthy, better than ever is gonna be super dangerous. And for me especially, he make my job easy, offensively and defensively. And one of the most important things is our chemistry relationship, and is really good. And this is gonna be our third year together as well. We really wanna, be on the same time in the court because he knows that I'm gonna be ready for his passes and I'm gonna be ready for rebound and try to both work really well. And it works, and it showed up 2 years ago when we played together. But I think this year is gonna be even better. So I'm excited and I can't wait to be with Zion and fight for the rebounds and defend and make buckets.
Do you see anything from that Spain run that can translate here, things you got to do on the court that might, be part of your role with Willie Green?
I was talking with Willie a couple of minutes ago, and I shared my thoughts with him. I think what we have here in this locker room and this building and this organization is special, and it's going to be super special. The way we work, the way we build this team, is the way that we grow in every day. And you guys can see the way we grow through last year, and this year is going to be the same. Personally, I'm going to try to keep doing my job, which was kind of the same outside the court. Try to be a leader, try to lead by example, try to show the young guys the way and what win is and means. And it means that you have to work every day. It doesn't matter if it's a day off or day. You have to work. You have to keep getting better. Trust your coaches and try to give everything to the basketball court, because winning is really beautiful and it's so hard. It's not too many people that they can be a part of a winning team. And we're trying to build and we try to be the best team ever. So I think we're in a good way and a good direction as well with Willie Green and the head of Snake.
Real quick, being that you're the only person on the team who's won a professional MVP, have you had talks with Zion and BI about what it takes to be an MVP?
I told Bia when we were at the pictures, I say, Bia, I'm an MVP. You are not. So I know he's gonna be one of the conversation of the MVP this year for sure. Because just the way he works and the way he dedicate his mind, his body to the game, his commitment is something unbelievable that everybody should imitate him. You know, he gotta be the mirror of every young guy that they wanna play basketball. Not only NBA, just professionally. That you have to prepare your mind and your body 100%. And Brandon is unbelievable. Like I thought that I worked really hard, guys, but Brandon Ingram is incredible. It's incredible. Thank you, guys.
Good
You
afternoon.
like a
wow.
Spanish minor in college?
No, I took 7 years of Spanish though. That was 1 year in preschool, 3 years in middle school, and then 3 years in high school. So yeah, almost fluent, but yeah.
You really hit your stride in the spring last year. What do you feel like mentally clicked for you to allow you to just settle into a rhythm and get comfortable?
Really, it was just trusting my teammates, trusting my coaching staff, and just staying consistent with my work ethic, and staying confident. I think my confidence is something that has took me very far, and I made sure that I continued to work because more you work, the more confident you are in your skills and your ability, and so just continue to work hard every single day. I think that's what I attribute it to.
And just having that confidence and understanding of your role with the team, what's been the focus over the summer to make sure you show that improvement in year two?
Really just, understanding my role, understanding that I shoot the ball at a really high level and going to be able to space the floor for this team, but also knowing, there's going to be times where I'm going to have to drive closeouts. I'm going to have to handle the ball a little bit more, take some pressure off those guys like CJZ and BI, and, just showing that I'm willing to do that and just do whatever it takes for this team to win.
Yeah, a couple of guys have talked about just the time y'all have spent together this summer, working out and all that stuff. Just what was that like, just being in the gym with those guys, and why was that important for you to be around and be in the gym with the teammates?
Oh, no, it's always great. And for me, I feel like I'm a student of the game, and I like to pick people's brain. And, learning from CJ and BI is, really important because they've been there, done that. I'm trying to get to a place where they are at some point in my career. And so, any way that I can learn from them and hopefully – get a competitive edge, I'm willing to, listen to it.
Why was it important for you to kind of go, basically around the country, getting work in this summer, whether it was with Berkeley or down here or wherever you were going? Just why was it important to just keep kind of moving and getting work in different places?
Yeah, no, definitely just, experiencing everything that everybody has to offer. Different people are good at different things. They say things a different way. They might know something a little different than another person. So just being able to experience exactly what I can, get from each person. And also just, traveling. This is my first off season where I really got sorry, that was Brandon Ingram. He's childish sometimes, but I got to really experience traveling in the off season, and it was really nice, haven't been able to do that really at all because I was in college and then also COVID last year. So yeah, I really enjoyed that a lot.
This year, you're really going to show up on scouting reports, right? To the point where they might not let you even catch the ball. What have you been working on this summer that makes sure you're still getting to your spots effectively, or countering the fact that, hey, they might be running you off the line and you may have to find a different way to be effective?
I would say the biggest thing for sure is my body and my athleticism. When I left the season, probably a week after the season, I weighed in around 201. And this morning I weighed in at 214. So gained a good bit of strength throughout this off season. I feel like that will be shown a lot throughout the year when I'm getting run off, closeouts, going up and dunking on people. And, keep holding my line, staying intact, playing solid defense. Those are the main things that I would say, and definitely worked on my ball handling a little bit more. So really excited to showcase that.
Trey, noticed you're listed at 6'8". Do you believe that you've grown a couple inches, or is that actually factual that you're still 6'8"? Because there's been a lot of chatter that you've grown in the offseason.
So the 6'8" listing is without shoes, but last time I checked, we play basketball with shoes. So I'm really like 6'9.5", but like, am I really gonna tell somebody I'm 6'9.5"? 6'10", so we'll just say 6'10" for now.
Trey, how was your summer camp experience? I mean, the summer league experience where you were the leader of the team pretty much. And also, second question, I remember Larry saying something like you were in a fashion show in California, something like that, and just asking how that was.
Okay, we'll go to the first question first about summer league. Summer league was fun. I mean, the year before that, had a really good summer league experience. We played in 5 games, won all 5. Ended up being first team all summer league. This year, I was only 1-1. Played 2 games. Played pretty solid. I definitely think I could have played a little better. But I mean, it was nice leading the team. Nice being, I guess the vet for the summer league team, being able to talk to the young guys, and just work on stuff that I've been working on throughout the year. Throughout the summer. And for question number 2 about the fashion show or something like that, I don't know exactly what Larry is talking about. I am very fashionable. I'll say that, but I don't remember being in a fashion show. I probably went to go shop or something like that, but I don't know about a fashion show though.
Trey, can you talk about on the court how going to Birmingham last year helped you, and also what it showed you about respecting the grind off the court, taking that G League trip?
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of times people look at going down to the G League as a demotion, but I just use it as valuable reps. And, going down there, just really attacking it. I just took the mentality, just attacking everything, making sure that I didn't take anything for granted because, there's a lot of times people go down there and they're just like, oh, they're pouting or whatever, and then they end up staying down there because they're not really performing well. And I just wanted to make sure I was getting better. My dad talks to me every day about just growing every day and getting 1% better, and that's just what I did with those Birmingham trips as well.
Trey, how much have you reflected back on the play-in tournament experience and, of course, the playoffs last year? Have you used that at all as motivation this summer?
Motivation, I don't know for sure, but just a memory of man, this is crazy. That Clippers game, I will say, is probably one of the best experiences I've ever had. I mean, we were up a lot, getting down in the third quarter. Their crowd is in it, really in it, and having to claw our way back to win the game. It was very special, and excited for more games like that, and excited for more playoff games for next year. And I mean, for me, my goals, really, one of my only real goals is making it back to the playoffs. I just want to experience that again because a surreal feeling.
You've been around Dyson basically from the pre-draft process, the draft night, interviewing him, and now, pre-camp. How do you feel like he's grown over the last few months?
The Dyson that I saw in the pre-draft workout and the Dyson that I saw last week, 2 different people, and it just shows the growth that he has had during the summer. And I'll put this on the record and say that when I did my little interviews, I was a complex interview. I interviewed people before the draft, and I saw Dyson. I was like, future Pelican, Dyson Daniels. And this is before the draft, just saying. So I don't know if I'm a future teller or whatever, but would like to say I called it out, and just happy to have him here.
And speaking of the interviews, is there anything in works with you in terms of doing more media stuff, maybe putting out your own show or podcast, anything like that? Did you have a good experience with that during the draft?
I had a great experience with that. The podcast is under construction at the moment. Don't know when we'll have a release date, but I feel like I'll get to it at some point. I feel like I have a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things people want to hear. Yeah. Thank you.
How's everyone doing today? Great, man. This is my last station. I'm about to be out of here once y'all done with this. So go keep this nice and quick.
Yeah, just what's the summer been like? Just kind of getting prepared for year, what, 4 now?
Year four, yeah. Now I know I'm getting old now. It's crazy.
What's it just been like just getting ready for this season?
It's just been normal. Just, I mean, a lot of workouts. I was out in Colorado, out there at my house out there, just working out in the altitude, getting used to that. Back home, so I could watch my little brothers once their football season started, just working out there, and then just back here, really just working out, just been grinding and just staying with the fam.
And just how different do you feel like it is coming into this season with, just the talent y'all have on the roster and just the way people are looking at y'all like these guys can do something this season?
Yeah, it's definitely way different compared to all my other years. I mean, this is our first year with the same head coach 2 years in a row and with like pretty much the same team with a few new additions of the newer guys. But I mean, this is like our first year with a majority same group of the year before, so I feel like it's going to be a real good year, and I feel like the expectations are obviously higher since we've made the playoffs, but I mean, I feel like that comes with it when you have a good team.
When you and Zion got drafted, I mean, you guys are so young, I think 19, going into year 4, how much do you feel like you've learned just about, what I got to do on a day in and day out basis to just, get minutes, be in the rotation, contribute, and things like that?
I mean, yeah, coming into year 4, I've been in the league for so many years now. Not so many. I'm not going to act like I've been here a lot. But for these 3 years, I've been through a lot of adversity and seen a lot of stuff. So I feel like it's easier to come in this year just knowing what I need to get done and what I need to do to start the season off right this year, just so we don't have any slip-ups like last year, like when I had to go down to the G League or anything like that.
Your role has changed a lot throughout these last 3 years. It might be changing slightly again this year, incorporating Z back in to the lineup. What have you worked on sort of this summer to keep expanding your skill set and fitting in where you can?
Yeah, I've just been working on my handle a lot. That's what me and all the coaches have been working on a ton. Is just making sure I have a tight handle for this year in case I do have to be on the perimeter more. Or, even if I'm still at the 5, I can still handle the rock when we have our small ball group in, so I can just get rebounds and go. And then just working on my shot as always, just trying to get that more consistent this year. Yeah.
Has there been communication from the coaching staff in terms of, hey, like these are, I know you talked about the ball handling, but more like role-specific items, like, hey, this is where we sort of see you come for this upcoming year, and these are the things you should focus on?
Yeah, Coach Green, me and him just talked a lot. It was really just working on my shot and my ball handling so I can come and play that small ball 5 with the first group, and second group play the 4 and the 5. Just, really wherever they need me, be able to switch 1 through 5, and working on getting a lot stronger this year, working on my footwork a lot so I can just guard better pretty much, just being able to move my feet a lot better.
This summer you connected with B. Mike in politics.
Yep.
Y'all did a court. What did that mean to you? How did it come about?
That court meant a lot to me. My boy Jalen came up to me with the idea, asking me if I wanted to have my name on a court out here, because he was going to refurbish it. And I was like, bro, of course. I don't even want my name on it. I just want to help give back to this community that's given so much to me these past few years and really accepted me as a kid from Ohio, knowing nothing about New Orleans, never being here before, and just moving here. Y'all really accepted me, so I wanted to do something to help out with the kids and all that. And I felt like that was my opportunity to do that.
You and Z have been close since y'all came in together. Obviously, last year was tough on him. Just what's it like just seeing him back healthy? Seems like he's in a better mental space now coming into this season.
It's great just seeing him back with the guys, all the time, and just seeing him, he's just happy again. You can tell, last year it was really hard for him because, everyone was just on him the whole year, and I knew how much he really wanted to be out there, even though he couldn't. Him just knowing he can be back, it just brings a smile to his face and brings a smile to all of our faces because you never want to see your friend or your close brother, upset and sad and down on himself. He wasn't really down on himself, but he's just down. He had to sit out the whole year. So just seeing him back and ready to go is just awesome. Good. Thank you, guys.
Johnson, it looks like they emptied out, but you want to just talk about what this opportunity means to you to be in an NBA camp and test yourself against the playoff team?
Oh yeah, it means the world to me. Like it's a dream since I was a child. Like this is everything I always wanted to do. So be able to give this opportunity, I just got to make the most of it and just put my head first.
Right. What was that first practice like, just walking into a Willie Green, situation?
And it was crazy, especially being able to see some of the players that I looked up to or watched in the past years. First time was really like summer league, so they weren't too much older than me, but I remember watching them and how they developed and grown, and it was just like being able to see the facilities and all of that was just crazy.
Yeah, and we talked, leading into summer league about how you wanted to prove yourself and show that you could stick around in the league. What was it like once they told you they wanted you to stay around after summer league and be a part of this team going into training camp?
I mean, it was just blessed to get the opportunity. They gave me the opportunity to go play summer league. Made the most of it. I feel like I just played as hard as I could. They gave me another opportunity, so I just got to keep going and just put my best effort forward.
Yeah, you've been able to spend some time in New Orleans around these guys when they've been working out and stuff like that. Just what have you kind of taken away from that, being around them in the gym on a daily basis?
Yeah, just how picking up tips on how to be a professional. Like a lot of the times, it's you can't just be moving around like everybody else. You're a pro. Like you got to be in the gym. Like just picking up some of the habits they have. Just staying in the gym all the time, getting extra work in.
What did you take for your time in the summer league, and also what are you mainly just working on 5 positions down during the camp?
Excuse me?
What did you feel? What did you think about your take on the summer camp? Was the first question. The second one is the position you're just working on is a 5 position.
Summer league was a great experience. I've never been to Las Vegas or anywhere on the west side of the United States. The organization did a great job, took care of all the players. It's a great situation. Wish we would have went undefeated, but we lost a couple. Or I think we lost 1 or 2. But we ended up. Everybody usually ended up performing pretty well. So, and as far as position wise, right now, not just the 5. They got me running a lot of wing stuff too, 3, 4, 5 kind of position stuff like that. So we're trying to figure that out right now. So we'll see how it goes.
Johnson scoring 25 points and hitting those 6 threes. What have you done since then to work on your game?
Oh, definitely a lot of time in the gym. Been getting a lot of work in with working a little bit more like post game because I am a taller player. Not necessarily been playing the 5 my whole life, so being able to add those kind of skills to take advantage of mismatches and stuff like that. A lot of ball handling, a lot of shots up, and just mainly just trying to add that little post game stuff touch to my game.
What's been the toughest part of that adjustment, especially now that you got to come back and bang with Zion?
Yeah,
that's tough for getting on that low block. What's been that toughest adjustment for you?
No, definitely a little. Definitely a big adjustment physicality-wise. A lot of things is not just people are bigger or stronger. It's more like the timing of when they decide to use all their strength. Like on drives are in the NBA, or have I learned so far, is completely different from college or high school. It's a lot more physical. Even on the offense or defensive end, defenses, bumping you. They might not necessarily call that offense. They're using wipe arms, mushing, dropping shoulders. So a lot of physicality on, certain specific parts of the game that, I'm adjusting to. Yep. Yeah, no problem.
How you doing? I'm good.
How would you describe your experience at Summer League and just being able to spend some time with the guys after Summer League here in New Orleans?
Oh yeah, Summer League was cool. You know, it was a good environment. It was a good like welcome to the league moment. So far as like just seeing everything, playing that many games in that many days, being around the vets. You know, they're just supporting us and cheering us on. That was cool too.
And just kind of, what was your focus, after Summer League to make sure you're prepared for this opportunity coming in and knowing you're going to be competing against these guys in training camp?
Just being prepared. Just being in the gym, working out, getting better, and just having the right mindset.
What was it like watching John Butler go crazy in that last Summer League game?
It was crazy because after the game, he came up to me and said, "Bro, I ain't missed." And I was like, "No, I didn't really realize it."
You've seen a guy that tall been able to shoot like that before? I mean, just how rare is it, a guy that height to have a soft touch like that?
Yeah, it's really rare, but I seen it in college because, he went to Florida State, so we played him twice during conference play. So when his film came up, I was like, he that tall shooting threes? They were like, yeah, he don't post up at all.
What's been the biggest adjustment for you, sort of transitioning from the college game to working out with some your teammates here and working out with the coaching staff? What's been the adjustment for you?
Really everything, as far as like the way the game is played, the speed of the game, everybody's athletic. So yeah, just everything.
Being such a downhill player like yourself, do you feel like the spaced out NBA floor, the faster pace of the game plays to your strengths?
Yeah, most definitely. Especially like, I feel like a big part of my game is like transition, and I feel like here in New Orleans, like, coach really preaches like getting out and running, so like using your speed.
And being part of this organization in particular, how much motivation do you get from seeing guys like Jose, Najee, who worked their way up and earned a spot, in the rotation?
Yeah, I really use it as motivation, and I just look at it as, like I can be that next guy to make that same move they did.
How's the team communicated that with you? Because they've only got so many roster spots. Maybe you have to go to Birmingham, come back and forth. How are you going to approach having a season where you might play for two different teams but within the same organization?
We didn't really talk about it that much. Jose told me a little bit about his experience on his two-way last year. But as far as my mindset, I'm just taking advantage of every opportunity I get. That's it. Appreciate it.
You're back, man.
What's it like to be back?
Man, it's a whole host of emotions. Very motivated, appreciative. It's a little different starting off in familiar territory. I kind of got a feel for the guys, feel for the coaching staff, and the city a little bit. So it offers a little bit of comfort, and I just feel good.
Since you were here last, are the guys on the Pelicans, you stayed in touch with, and just like relationships you've kept since then?
Oh, for sure. I'm actually friends with a lot of guys on the team. Obviously, I spent majority of my time in Birmingham, but this is such a family environment. We got guys that, like Jose, that were just in position to play in the G League last year and then actually moved up. So that humble approach from him, the communication has been there. B.I. is actually one of my good friends, Zion. We just kind of all keep in touch a little bit. Everybody does what they do, but it's all love at the end of the day.
What was it like last year? A lot of these guys kind of approach it differently, getting sent down to the G League, but it seemed like those guys really took pride in going down there and taking it seriously and using that to get better. Just what was that like, being with them during that time and seeing the way they were working?
Yeah, it was good. Anytime we heard Trey, Jackson, Najee, any of those guys were coming down, it was always like excitement, knowing that we got these high caliber players coming to play down with us. And then their approach was really good. They came down ready to work. They came down not necessarily looking down. I guess sometimes when high caliber guys come down to the G League, they feel as if they're bigger than everyone here, or they don't have to buy into what they have going on. And those guys did the exact opposite. So that helped the experience just be smooth all around.
Last year, what was the process like? really the last 2 years, staying ready, COVID call-ups, 10 days that are now, could get anybody in. What was that process like for you in trying to, you may want to stay with a certain G League team to build up some, rapport with that team, but if a team comes calling like they did,
For sure.
Taking that opportunity.
For sure. I mean, last year for me was pretty hectic, honestly. My first call up was after our Vegas showcase in December. I actually had a flight home to Phoenix to go spend time with my family, and woke up to a call from the Miami Heat that I was going straight to Miami. So it just kind of shows you how things can change at any time. I mean, you just got to stay ready. You got to stay consistent in your routine, stay believing in yourself. Because once you get that opportunity, all it takes is one. You never know what could happen after that.
In Birmingham, you got to spend time under Coach Pannone. Now he's moved up here with the Pelicans. What can you tell us about his coaching style and what that experience was like for you?
Oh man, he's horrible. No, I'm just kidding. He's a super good guy. I mean, I've been with him since my rookie year. Players coach, unbelievable with X and O's. I mean, you might find guys that have more natural feel or whatever, but you're not going to find anyone who works harder than Ryan Pannone. He's dedicated. I'll tell you a story. I mean, even when I was in the G League bubble with the Iowa Wolves, with a whole different organization, he's still sending me clips of we've always had our communication. He's still sending me clips of oh, this guy, look how he closed out right here or something like that. And he always breaking down film, always communicating, he's just a loving person, man. He changed my life for sure. Appreciate you guys.
Say what's up. Say hi. Say hi. No.
Jose, for you, how different is this day now compared to what it was a year ago?
I mean, I still got the same joy. Okay, but look, he asked that question. I got the same joy. You know, I know it's my second year going, but same, you know, walking down the hall, putting this jersey on is the same best feeling I had a year ago.
What was that experience like this year or this summer? You know, being a part of the Puerto Rican national team.
Oh, it was amazing. You know, man, it was one of the best things I did for my career, just for me to experience that whole atmosphere out there, and them to embrace me for who I am, and it was just amazing. I can't wait to go back. You know, I pray for everybody that, you know, with the tragic that happened over there, but I'm gonna represent us as best I can over here, and you know, hopefully like stand on something tall over here.
Yeah, and I saw, you know, you cut your time with Puerto Rico short just to be a part of that training camp, or like, you know, kind of the player-led camp. I mean, why was that something that you decided to do?
I mean, I decided to do that because it was just more of me getting the feel for, you know, especially with Z and, you know, everybody around. I just want, you know, just dedicate myself to the Pelicans for right now. Puerto Rico understood, and, you know, I'll be back and stronger for them, and then we gonna figure it out from there.
Just what was it like, you know, during the summer, just walking around and people knowing who you are, people talking about the stuff you do on the court, just being a little bit more well known than you were this time last year?
Oh, it's amazing. You know, I still get a little goosebumps, and it's crazy, especially walking around with this little one, and, you know, she's like, she want to be in all in the pictures just how she is right now and all that. But it's pretty cool. You know, I just can't wait to keep building on it. You know, it's just like cool when I walk around and they know me for something I've been doing and working hard for my whole life. So it's pretty cool.
And just what's been the focus to make sure you show some improvement in year two?
That's what you said? My improvement is more, I just knockdown shooter, be a more consistent shooter. Be Jose, I think I did a lot of good things, and, you know, I got to improve and be more consistent on certain things like jump shot, you know, don't turn the ball over, run the team. But my mindset is just on that, you know. They're going to leave somebody open, and I think they're going to try to leave me open, but I'm going to make them pay. So that's my mindset going in.
Have you had time to talk with and think about how you're going to start playing with Zion and perhaps the attention he draws as a player and how you can fit in with that?
I mean, definitely, he's going to make my job a lot more easier. Okay, you're going to have to get out. You want to get out? You want to go get gummy? All right, let's go get gummy. Go get gummy and bring me daddy back. Bring him some gummies. Go. My bad, y'all, my bad. Come on, you go bring gummies. Go bring me gummies? Go bring Let's go get gummies, Monte. Oh, okay. Back to that question was Zion. Definitely, I watched a lot of film. I mean, obviously, I didn't get a chance to play with him. I played with him a little bit before the injury coming back, but just me. Man, I know he's gonna make my job a lot easier. He's an amazing player, obviously. You know, I just like watching film, and I can't wait to get on the court with him and see what I could do.
Is there somebody on the team you haven't got with your patent and stuck up still? Maybe Zion.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got him with it. You know, hopefully, you know, in practice soon, I get everyone. You know, but I think my teammates are the most you know, aware of it the whole time. So if my teammates get caught with somebody else doing it, then that should be a problem.
Jose, now that you've had a few months to think about it, what's your one favorite memory you take from last year?
Man, that's crazy. I got a bunch of them, but my most favorite one, it got to be the Madison Square Garden game. You know, going back home for the first time in an NBA jersey, and then, you know, making an impact to win the game, and then doing an interview at halftime, seeing my parents. So definitely that's one. And then my second one got to be at home playing the Suns. And then I'm driving the ball up fourth quarter, and I see my dad courtside with my brother, and they singing the Jose chant. So it was pretty. Those is one things I probably will never forget. The best memory I got so far in the NBA.
How much you want to make the playoffs again this year?
Oh, I mean, if I don't, then I shouldn't put the jersey on. But I think we're gonna do it. I think we're we're really good. You know, I think once we lock in on who we need on our roles and stuff, we're gonna be a team that you gotta watch out for.
Jose, you mentioned that Kyrie Irving was on your hit list next. So what would that mean to you to do that first game of the season in New York to get that skin on the wall?
Amazing. You know, like I said, Kyrie's obviously I got to challenge myself. He's one of the best guards in the game. He always the best, whatever. But I want to challenge myself. It's gonna be a difficult job. I know that, and I can't wait for it. And hopefully I get him a steal. If I don't, hopefully I stay in front of him as best I can. Obviously he's one of the most skilled people in the NBA. But like I said, if you don't, I want to be the best, so I gotta guard the best. You know, stuff like that happens, but it's not gonna be an easy job. I know that. So I'm going in there really focused, and hopefully I just do the job I need to do.
And when people talk about you guys, they point out all the offensive talent on the roster, but how important is it the other end of the court going to be for you guys this year?
I think that's going to be the most important part for us. I think we got so much offensive firepower that we don't need to worry about what's going to happen on offense. You know, we got Herb Jones. Trey Murphy stepping up, Najee. You know, even Bi setting on defense too. But I think everyone's going to play their part well on defense as well. We should, and you know, they got guys like me to make their job a little more easier, get them tired and stuff like that. So. I'm gonna rely on me getting them tired and make their job easier.
This summer it seemed like you were like on a world tour, right? You bought your dad a car, you bought yourself a home in Atlanta. Congratulations.
Thanks.
That foundation, how do you feel like that's going to propel you for the season?
I want a bigger house. I want a nicer car. So I gotta get paid, right? So you know, I'm gonna keep on motivating myself, and you know, just being myself, you know, that's all. That is fun. It's a blessing to get, you know, all that. But then I get to put this jersey on. So that's the most important thing. And get back. I'm healthy, you know, team healthy, and then we're going to focus on that.
Being from New York with the long line of history of, like, influential point guards, who would you say was the influential point guard from New York you look up to?
Oh, man, there's so many. You know, I went to Georgia Tech. I watched, you know, Stephon Marbury was definitely one of my favorites. Marbury was a dog, you know. So he was definitely a guy I like, you know, just watch. I definitely can't. I don't put my game towards his game. His game is a little crazy than mine, but definitely a guy I like to just, you know, watch, seeing what the energy he brought to New York and brought New York guards about. So yeah, Stephon Marbury.
Your game's known as being one of the most intense. You know, you're always pressuring. How can you stretch that out to where it's an 82-game season, you're playing every game instead of just coming in the last half, playing the last few quarters? How can you adjust your intensity to be more, I guess, impactful over a longer period of time?
I mean, just taking care of my body at a high level, but my job ain't gonna be that hard. I'm gonna pressure every time I get in the court. I got my big dogs to do the rest, so I'm gonna do that. I could do that 82, 92, whatever they gotta make me do. How many long I could do it. As long as I'm healthy, I'll go out there and pressure as much as I can. Be good. Appreciate y'all.
A lot of guys on this roster who can really score the ball. Just what do you think about the offensive talent that is in the room right now on the Pelicans?
It's gonna be great, man. We just gotta, you know, figure out like everybody else, figure out our chemistry, figure out how we gonna work well together. The talent is there, so like I said, I've been telling you, it's gonna be a fun year.
And I'm not sure how much you've got to interact with Zion this summer, but it seems like he's in a better place than he was a year ago. You know, what if anything can you tell us just about like what you've seen from him in the past few weeks or whatever?
He just seems happy, man. Like I said earlier, I've never had a major injury or had to sit out a whole season or anything like that. So I just know mentally that's probably super tough. You can't do what you love to do. But now that he's back and he's healthy, you could just tell his energy is, you know, a lot better, and which is exciting.
And you know, last year's so much change for you, new team, new situation, new coach, all that kind of stuff. Just how much does it help you going into this year, just better understanding all your role, your teammates, all that kind of stuff?
It's gonna be good, man. I feel like I just keep saying it's gonna be a fun year. I'm ready to get practice tomorrow, so we can all just get back to doing what we love to do, competing against each other, and hopefully winning.
And we talked about it a lot last year. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But how much you just looking forward to those open looks, with all of those offensive weapons y'all got and stuff.
Yeah, I was talking to Trey about it a couple of days ago, about how we just gonna have to just stand there. We gonna be wide open. Don't even gotta move. They're gonna have to double team Bi, Z, CJ, Jonas. All we gotta do is stand there and make shots for real. So it's gonna be good.
I was gonna say, that was when they signed you. It was to get all those open looks off of. When Z had the ball or he was kind of playing point. I know a lot of things have kind of shifted, but just how forward are you looking to getting on the court with Z
Yeah.
and what he generates out there?
Very excited. Like you say, he calls a lot of attention, and it's not just him. It's gonna be Bi too, and CJ. I think he's gonna make it easier just for everybody, 1 through 15. So it's gonna be pretty dope to have him back out there. I know the fans are excited to see him too.
What's just the biggest adjustment or comfort level for you coming into year 2 instead of last year when you signed up? We thought Zion would be there. The season changes, and now you've got this season. What's this fresh start mean to you?
It's just another year. We got to build as a team. It's not about me and my comfort level. I think everybody, we still got to. Last year was last year. We got to come in a whole new mindset because people are gonna be they're gonna be at us this year. It's not just, the 1-14 Pelicans that we started out like last year. We're gonna be people gonna be aiming for us and at our neck. So we gotta come in with a different mindset.
Devontae, where was your focus this offseason? What did you focus on in particular?
One, just trying to get my body back right, get healthy. I had a couple of nicks and bruises last year and stuff like that, so that was a big thing for me. Just grinding, same thing. Every summer is pretty much the same. You get better and you stay sharp, pretty much.
I saw you did a couple camps back at home. Also, you would come here in New Orleans and you get a lot of shout-outs with your guy from Vandal. So what was that like, going back home to do those camps and then coming back here to shoot? Like, was there some of that crazy, or just that's all you wanted to do was just work out and put on these camps?
No, it's just, traveling and giving back to the community. I had a community day. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I had a free camp in Raleigh. So just giving back to the kids, who support me from home and, who can't pay for camps and stuff like that. So having them have a familiar face that they kind of look up to and being able to be around me, play a little hoops, and just have fun.
You talk about community. Excuse me. The community here in New Orleans has really rallied around this team because of the expectations, because of how you guys played last year, and there's an excitement here. Talk about how playing here in New Orleans and how the community has rallied around this team and how you guys are giving back to the community here as well.
Yeah. Everybody from New Orleans just love New Orleans. Like, you can't tell nobody that. I don't even think there's no other state. If you're from New Orleans, you only know New Orleans. So Pelicans, Saints, like, the love and support is definitely there. And like you said, we try to do our thing and get out in the community, and whether it's doing little camps here or, helping with Christmas shopping. I did that last year and stuff like that. So, you support the city gonna show that love back to you.
Is that last second shot against Oklahoma City always on your mind?
Is it always on my mind? No, but people do tag me in it about every day. I'll be like, man, I seen it. I was there. Good. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, man.
What's up, John, man? What's been the focus this summer, kind of preparing for this opportunity? Obviously, you're familiar with the franchise. Just what's it been like, just getting prepared for this moment?
It's been great. Just getting here early. I think I got here 2 weeks early. Got in, get some work in with the guys, get a chance to play a little hoops, and just basically learn. You know, being around guys like CJ, Zion, and Brandon, and even my close friends like Herb, Kyra, that's been in the league 1-2 years. Just being around them, just learning new things, learning ways to take care of my body better, and just to be a professional better. It's been a great experience, and I'm ready to keep moving forward and keep learning.
And you mentioned those guys. What's it been like to see in this Alabama pipeline y'all starting to build here in New Orleans?
Oh yeah, it's been great. We finna bring our southern slang down here and start trying to turn it around. But no, it's been great just being with guys that I was been around almost my whole life. With me and Kyra being from the same hometown, and me and her from the same state, went to the same school 4 years together. Just being around them, constantly give me a ease at heart and at mind, and just also make me feel like it's another day, like we back at college, we going to the gym to hoop. So it's been fun.
There's a game in the spring where Herb blocked like 3 3-pointers out of the air. I mean, how crazy is just seeing some of the stuff he does on defense?
Yeah, that's crazy to y'all, but I've been seeing that for 5-6 years. Like, we always talked about, how his game translate very well to the NBA with his size and the things that he can do. And now y'all just seen parts of it, and he got plenty more to show y'all, and it's going to be crazy.
What's it been like for you being able to start your professional career so close to home, and obviously playing in Birmingham, and just being able to stay in Alabama and doing all that?
It's been fun. It's been amazing. My family get a chance to come down, watch most of the games, and also just with being in Birmingham, I feel like that was a perfect spot because, the fan base, Tuscaloosa, 45 minutes away, my hometown, an hour away, and just Birmingham, was already familiar. So I feel like it was great just to start somewhere with such a good fan base. Alabama is a basketball city, even though y'all might think because of Alabama football, but it's a basketball city. So, but it was fun, and it's been great, and, I learned a lot, and, I'm just ready to keep moving forward.
And how important, you guys are playing a preseason game in Birmingham this year. Just how important you think is that for the city, or just to be able to bring the NBA team over there?
It's gonna be packed. It's gonna be real important. Guys. Ever since the G Leagues moved to Birmingham, I feel like guys are starting to attract more to New Orleans and watching the Pelicans. So with us being in there, and then the Pelicans coming down to actually play in our arena, it's gonna bring a lot of fans out, and I think that's gonna draw a lot of attention to the city, and everybody's gonna be happy to get there and watch them play.
Yeah, coming into camp, you're also coming with your old coach, Ryan Pannone. What's that going to be like to help your adjustments transition into trying to stick in the NBA?
It's gonna be great. Ryan is a smart, intelligent coach. Me and him talk a lot, and he's been around basketball for a long time. So just the past year I actually had with him at the Squadron helped me a lot. And with him being up here, I feel like that was just another thing, another blessing, just so I can have a familiar face, familiar coach that knows what I'm capable of doing, that study my game and watch me to keep critiquing me and helping me get better.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
So.
Hello. JV, just how was the summer playing in Eurobasket? What was all of that like?
Well, it was a long summer. I had a time off, spend time with my family, friends, back home, and then Eurobasket, we had a good run. Too bad ended not the way we wanted to, but here's what it is. Losing to Billy is tough.
And you did say there was a wager between you guys going into that game. I don't know if you'd agree to that wager, but
Well, I'll let it have it. I'll let him have it.
and just
Shit.
how much does it help just coming into the situation with just a little bit more familiarity than you had last year, knowing your teammates, knowing your coach, all that kind of stuff? Just how much does that help?
Well, that takes a lot from you, just being being able to come back to the group who you know, and coach, playing style, players. It's way easier. You're not starting from the zero. You know your players, and you know the coaching style. So I think it's a big advantage. To keep almost the same group. Few changes, but that's core is there. So we can build where we left last year. We had great end of the year, so we just got to take it and build it from there.
You and Zion, both really talented interior scorers. What are your very early thoughts on just that fit and how to make that work?
That's how we're gonna fit and how we're gonna operate together on a court. It's gonna be key. How we gonna fit in a paint together. So we gotta learn how to space the floor too. We can't be together just battling down low. You got to be able to stretch the floor as well. He can shoot. I can a little bit shoot. So we can do big things, damage.
How much of an advantage do you think it is for guys like yourself, Billy, to come back from Eurobasket and jump right into to the season like this?
Well, we had all those important games played recently. Just what 2 weeks ago we were competing, we were playing. Billy 1 week ago, so it's advantage because you're in a game shape. You don't need to catch up basketball tools, and being able just to jump right into training camp in a game mood. So it's advantage.
Is there any lingering effects with that video of you walking down the hallway after Eurobasket, a little sore? Any of that still lingering around, or ready to go fresh 100%?
No, I'm ready 100%. It was just a cramping, my muscle cramp. So 2 days after, I was 100%.
A lot of the players who played in Eurobasket, who also played in the NBA, have talked about the different styles from the NBA and Eurobasket game. Perhaps it's more physical. What was that experience like with you, and where would you say the major differences lie between the two styles?
Well, it is a little different. FIBA and NBA, it's different rules, different contact, different refereeing. Even the time is different. You play less in FIBA. So, what's the biggest difference? I don't know. I don't take it as a one big difference. Still, you play basketball. You gotta score more points than the opponent, right? So, little details, yeah, you can notice the difference, but basketball is basketball, right?
For you, I think I saw somebody mention you played in like 14 or 15 straight events for Lithuania where you could have
Oh wow, I'm that old.
Well, this is going back to U16s. This is going back to a while. But I mean, some guys, they'll take a year off, take a this. Why is it so important for you to represent your country every time you get that chance?
Well, time is ticking. You know, you gotta use it while you can. You know, maybe one day I'm not gonna be able to play basketball. So that's what I like. That's what I love to do. That's what drives me. So every chance I have, being able to play basketball for my country, I feel pride for that, and I'm gonna use that chance because, you know, I'm telling you, one day everything's gonna stop, and then you're gonna look at it as not used opportunities.
Yeah, obviously they're different players, but do you think your experience playing with Demotis, over all of these years is going to help that transition playing with Z and, knowing how to run those high-low actions, big-to-big pass and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, that was actually great test for me because we played two bigs all the time. So playing with Domantas, it was a practice for me playing this season with Zion. You know, yeah, he's a little bit different guy. He's he's more powerful probably, but still, being able to play with two bigs on the court same time was a good test.
It seemed like you were able to showcase more of your passing skills this summer. Are you looking forward to incorporating that a little more this season, especially as Will mentioned, playing with Zion and doing some of the high-low stuff?
You know, I think this upcoming season, making a place is gonna be crucial. You know, we all can score, we all can finish, but making plays, making easy plays, it's gonna add a lot for us as a team. So, we can't score five guys on the court at the same time. Somebody gotta make a plays, and I'll take big ownership, just making a plays, being able to get a guy open, set a good screen, find the right place, find a right play. So I think to being at the next level as we can be, those small details gonna matter a lot.
From a political standpoint, being overseas, being in your home country, was there any feeling about what was going on current in the war?
What's going on there is, it's sad, but sounds like, looks like in Europe, things are stable. So we just looking at that side of the world and waiting for everything to stop. It's really sad things still going on there, and as we all know, it's still going on. So we just pray and hope that everything's gonna stop sooner. Thank you. I'm done today.
What's up, Mia?
So, it's been a while since all these cameras been in front of me.
Yeah, y'all did something in the spring, man.
we did.
Griff has talked about, this is the first time for this team where it's kind of their expectations to win.
Yeah.
Does that change the mentality going into the European, that those are in place, I guess?
No, the mentality is always to win. The expectation is to win, especially for our team. We just had some added fans. We always kind of believed in each other and what we were doing. So the expectation is still the same. I don't know what's the outside expectation, but for us, it's ultimately trying to bring a championship to New Orleans, right?
You've played a handful of games with Zion. Your first couple of years here. Can you lean on that at all in terms of going forward? I mean, do you feel like there's going to be just like a feeling out process or anything like that?
It'll definitely be a filling out process. It's been a while since we played with each other, so anybody coming into the fold is going to be a little different. I can try to watch some highlights or ask him where he wants to basketball or ask him how he wants to play, but it's until we get out there on the floor, and hopefully during preseason we can get it together. It'll be some toughness.
What is that process like? Is it conversations not just with you two, but with CJ as well, like the three of you trying to figure out how to attack this?
It's communication with everybody. Just having all 5 people on the floor, or all 15 guys that's just in the fold. And I think just having those conversations is going to be good for us going forward, especially if we get it out of the way right now. We won't have to look to January or before All-Star break and be like, oh shit, this shit ain't working. We can go ahead and get it out the way right now and be like, this is what it's going to look like, and this is how we should attack it.
How much does it help in starting that process? Really, when you're adding Z, you're adding Dyson. Everybody else is pretty much the same from last year. How much does that help that process?
I think it's actually a fun process. It's not like we're getting guys playing that don't know how to play. I think these guys know how to fit in, and these guys has talent. Dyson's a really, really smart player that can think the game ahead. So I think he'll be fine. Zion is just a really, really talented player that can score the basketball. So I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, you talked last year about looking forward to getting to that playoff stage and showing people what you can do. Now that you're able to accomplish that, I guess what's next on your list you'd like to check off this season?
Championship. I don't think it's. If I sat over here and tell you second round, I think Willie will give me a call after I finish this. But yeah, championship. We have the guys. We had the guys to do it. All we got to do is put the work in and continue to learn and try to figure it out. But we care about it enough. We care about it enough to come in here and keep working, keep listening, and ultimately want to win the championship.
And just you mentioned just the talent you guys have coming in. Just how different is this field coming into this season compared to your first couple of years in New Orleans? Just the excitement, the anticipation, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm happy to be here. It's been media days where I was just trying to get through. I'm happy to be here and be with my teammates. They make it fun. They make it fun to be around and laugh and joke and talk about basketball, talk about families. I'm looking forward to just having fun with my teammates and just getting to know about their families, getting to know how they like to play, just everything.
We asked Griff about CJ's extension, and he said, "Hey, CJ said he wants to be here."
Boy got a lot of money, don't he? Yeah.
I can let him pick up a tab. But he said,
pick up a couple tabs.
He said, CJ said he wants to be here. Zion, 5 years, no player option. He wants to be here. But he said, look, Brandon was kind of, one of the first guys to say, like, hey, 5 years, no player option. Like, I want to be here. How do you just feel that you're in this space where, like, there's a lot of talented guys who are just kind of planting their flag here?
Yeah, it's a good place to be. They see what's going on. They see how we bond with each other, how we play on the floor. And just kind of, unheard of in the league, having 14, 15 guys just care about each other and believe in each other and actually want to know about each other. It's turning the corner. It's pretty different here. Every time that I walk in the building, I know that I can walk up and shake anybody's hand. I can walk up and hug anybody. That's fun to have.
Yeah, you said Coach would give you a call if you said second round. How is y'all's relationship off the court, and how comfortable are you now that you've spent a year in his system?
It's good, you know. He knows my heart. He knows my mind. He knows where I want to go in life, what I want to do with basketball, and it's really good. I can just hit him on anything. He can hit me on anything, and we continue to build. We continue to learn each other, and it's been really good. It's been really good so far.
Yeah, numerous people said during this conference that you are the hardest worker in preparation that anybody's seen. And then, of course, then Herb was the next one. Give me your thoughts and preparation of working with Herb, trying to get that level.
Yeah, I mean, Herb inspired me. Every time I come to the gym, I wish I could be on the floor as much as he does. Every time that I come in, he's already shooting on the floor with our shooting coach, Fred Vincent, and just getting his routine. He knows his body, getting in the cold tub. Even him being so young, just hearing the message that I got to go home and get some sleep. I got to go home because I got to be up early in the morning. That's different, especially with him just coming in the league and him being a rookie and him just being his sophomore year. Like, I didn't have a rookie year like his. I didn't have a rookie year like Trey Murphy's. And for him to continue to get better, I forget he's a second year. He's going to be a second year player right now. So it's inspiring for me.
B.I., how often have you found yourself thinking back to the playoff series against the Suns last season? And what did you take away from that the most?
I haven't thought about it, none. I have. I mean, it was fun. It was, it showed, it was my first time in the playoffs, so I got a good feel for it. It was more stakes on the line, and like just having every seat filled in the Smoothie King Center, it was like, oh wow, and it brung my energy. I was super locked in. I was just trying to focus on winning basketball games, and I got a chance to experience it, and I know the routine that it takes night in and night out to be consistent in what I'm doing. So that's the fun part. I got to experience it, and I can go back and I can write things down, and I can remember how this feeling felt.
Coach Green mentioned how instrumental you were for getting the guys together during the summertime for workouts and training and whatnot. Just speak to the importance of that, building chemistry with such a young team off the court like that.
Well, the coaches, they made me look good. They actually brought those guys out. It was an idea that I had, but they had a big part of what we did this summer and seeing different guys and making sure that they came out and we just had fun and we played basketball. But that was fun. It's always fun hooping with the guys that you're going to go to war with, and it was definitely important just to check in with the guys, make sure that nobody is just going off and just saying we're not playing basketball or we're just going to rest the whole summer. So it was important for us to kind of check in and kind of see how we wanted to do things this year.
This is going to be the first offseason in a while where you've had continuity in terms of teammates, continuity in terms of the coaching staff. What does that level of familiarity do for you heading into this season?
It makes me more comfortable. It makes me more comfortable to tap on the guy and tell him exactly what he needs to hear or what I'm feeling. It's just, it makes our organization better from a standpoint of we can get more out of guys. We trust each other a lot more from playing with each other last season and going into a few summer workouts and talking to coaches. We trusted each other a lot more. So, of course, we expect a lot more out of each other, and we can talk through those things.
Two more questions. One of the areas of your game, it seemed like you started to place a little bit more of an emphasis on as the season went on, was kind of getting back the catch and shoot three. Do you feel like that's going to be an emphasis this season, especially with Z working his way back on the court? How do you feel about sort of how you guys are going to take time and connect and find that rhythm again?
Been doing your research. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be very important, being able to shoot the basketball behind the three and being able to catch and shoot and playing faster. But I plan on just trying to be adaptable, just being everywhere on the floor, being able to play with all the guys, and just being effective in every way that I can. You know, every night calls for something different. So if it's catch and shoot one night, if it's mid-range, if it's driving to the basket, if I have to be the guy that has to be on the best player, if I have to be the low man to be the best help, whatever it is, I'm prepared for it.
And over here, you had mentioned the obvious adjustment period that will take place with Zion coming back. But what would you say would be your ultimate expectations of what his reintroduction to the lineup is going to mean for how you guys play and how you succeed?
Yeah. I don't have any expectations. I think when you go in with expectations, you lose patience. And I know throughout this stint of Zion coming back and him getting the feel for the game, we had to be very patient for him, getting back into the groove of things and just helping him along the way. It was kind of a thing when CJ came, you know, we had to figure out how we were going to work with each other. That happened pretty fast. But know that this is going to be something that we have to continue to work with. Like you said, he signed a contract that he'll be here for a while. CJ will be here for a while, so we have to figure it out.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you.
Most definitely.
How you just feeling? I mean, pretty much the same team from last year in the spring is back. How you just feeling going into this year with that continuity?
Confident, man. Like you said, the same team, so continuity is there. Togetherness is there. So it's really just waiting for the moment, and hopefully we take advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you got to see Zion on the court or anything like that, but what can you tell us, about that and just where you think, he's at compared to a year ago from what you've seen?
Like you said, I haven't seen him that much, but he looked healthy, man. We all know what Zion's capable of on the basketball court, so just adding that to, what we did last year, it's a blessing to have him back, and it's just even a blessing for me to be here and be a part of this opportunity. And like I said, hopefully this season is one for the books.
Is it weird walking around feeling like a vet now with young guys walking up to you, asking you questions now instead of the other way around?
Nah, not really, because like I said, I'm still fairly young. We still fairly young team. We got some new additions, CJ, Larry. But I still feel like, I'm new to the game. I still feel like the vets is old heads, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel any older in the game. I just feel like I'm still young, a lot to accomplish.
Yeah, and Darian talked to us earlier about, seeing the way you and Jose kind of came up from the bottom and earned y'all spot. Just what have your advice been to those guys about working your way up and earning your spot?
Just telling them what to do, what not to do, how to stick, when things not going your way, how to work, the mentality they should have, just the littlest things that we're going to make them stick and, going to earn the minutes. And when they get that opportunity, just take full advantage of it. So I think DB's in a good spot in our other two ways. So I'm really confident, what they do, and hopefully, they get some real minutes on the team this year and showcase their talents.
What's kind of been the number one thing you've been working on in your game, trying to get ready for the season?
I think just maturing, understanding where, I can be best at, how to be best at my role. A lot of catch and shoot, a lot of shooting on the move, just a lot of finishing, quick moves, stuff like that. So just like I said, maturing my game and just trying to become better in all aspects.
How nice is it for you guys to bring back so many people from last year, especially as you guys developed all these relationships and you guys really wanted to be around each other?
Like I said, you see the NBA, so many changes, different teams and stuff. To be able to have, like, the same group basically for 3 years, minus Josh, Nikhil, and Zoe. It's a blessing, man, because, people actually want to be here. Practice is not like, oh, I got practice like that. I got practice today. I'm looking forward to it. Or, so it's just honestly, like, I'm just happy, and I just can't wait to see what we do out there.
Can you talk about what you learned about yourself as a leader going through Summer League again, as a vet out there?
I think I learned that I'm capable of being a leader. Like I said, I'm still fairly young. I never really had to be a leader in my career. So I think that me being out there in Summer League showed me that I'm capable of it. And hopefully one day in my long career, I had a chance to be a leader and try something new.
Najee, how much are you taking away from the last playoff trip against the Suns, of course, and how much do you want to get back to the playoffs this season?
As much as possible. To get that playoff experience is everything, and especially being young as I am. So just that, and it's just an unbelievable feeling inside me that just wants me to get back. I want to get back to that moment, keep advancing and see we're going further and further. And, one day, eventually, I get to accomplish my ultimate goal, win the championship.
Najee, I know you guys were awfully close before the playoffs, but do you feel like that trip to the playoffs got you guys even closer, forged even closer bonds?
I think so because, with anything that's, successful comes adversity. So I think us sticking together, like in the Clippers game, we was down. We could have lost. We could have hung our heads. But for Murph to step up as a rook, Jose, B.I. doing his thing, CJ, and, I feel like there's no, like, animosity on the team. Like, everybody wants to see everybody win, whether they don't play, whether they sit at the end of the bench or the top. I feel like everybody wants to see everybody, be successful. So I think when that's genuine like that, I think, you can't go no wrong. It's no wrong you can do so.
We saw Kyra
Yes, sir.
Hanging around outside. What have you kind of seen from him as he works his way back from this injury?
You know, I want to cry tears of joy, but you know, I'm a soldier. But just to see him, just to see him back in that uniform, man. Like me and Kyra, you know, he was the other rookie coming in, and you know, we went through all adversity together. Not playing, hard workouts, you know, so just getting better, trying to learn. Me and Kyra did that together, so I think me and him has a special bond together. And when he went down last year, I really feel like he was starting to separate himself. And it hurt because, like I said, I was in all the workouts with him. I lifted weights and stuff like that with him. So to see that and then to see him back in the jersey, being able to work again, seeing him happy again is unbelievable for me.
You mentioned that Clippers game when Coach Green gave that "we got to fight" speech.
Mhm.
Can you talk about how you've seen Coach grow and then your relationship with Coach? Just talking about your role on the court and also how he helps you as a man off the court.
I think when he first got here, he was just trying to, you know, as every new person, just trying to learn it, get a hang of it. As he got, you know, more games on his belt and towards the playing, I feel like it's not really much a difference between coaching the player as far as like trying to motivate your team and stuff like that. So I feel like he really had like a flashback mode to where he was playing with the Hornets and, you know what I'm saying, he talked to Chris Paul like, we got to fight, we got to win and stuff. So Willie Green's an unbelievable dude, and even when, you know, I had hardships, you know, he would talk to me and tell me, you know, how to go about that on and off the court. So I really feel like he helped me not mature as a player, but as a man.
Thank you, Don.
Man, thank you. I'll see y'all soon.
How you just feeling about this group as you head into camp here?
It's a great group of guys that we got. I'm excited to go through the experience, excited to, you know, see how camp is going to be, you know, coming out as a rookie. This is quite the experience already, but, you know, the expectations are high.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2-3 years, like the Pels have had a lot of guys who, you know, have come from two-way spots and things like that to earning guaranteed roster spots. You know, does that leave an imprint on you in terms of like, hey, you can come here and like really earn your way into something?
It does leave an imprint on me. You know, I like to go out and earn things. I don't like when things are given to me, and, you know, that's how they carry themselves here at this organization. Everything is earned, and, you know, fought for it. That's what made them a really good organization these last few years.
And just what are some of the main things you kind of taken away just from being around these guys more often, being in the gym, seeing the way they work and seeing what it's like to be at this level?
Just how much intensity they come with every day, how to be a professional, and, you know, really just how to carry myself. You know, I'm new to everything that's here, and, you know, those guys have taken me under their wing and started to really show me how, you know, just to come in and work and take care of my body and, you know, start doing it early.
Kind of to Christian's point, I mean, the success that guys who didn't have guaranteed roster spots, how much does that influence a decision to want to be in a spot like New Orleans?
I feel like you just know what type of organization you're coming into. I feel like, like I said, everything is worked for. So the competition is going to be that much higher. And, you know, with that being said, like, it's going to help me get better. It's going to help everybody else around the organization be better. So, like I said, the expectations are still going to be high.
For you, you took full advantage of your COVID year going back. What do you think that fifth year really did in helping kind of, again, preparing you for this moment?
It just shaped my game a little bit better, sharpened up the things I was good at, and
strengthened my weaknesses, allowed me to see the game from a different perspective from previous years. And, I was really beneficial to have a COVID year, being able to have 5 years, and just carrying over, just being a defensive-minded guy right now, and just making sure that that's my focus and, coming in thinking about, trying to make an impact.
Can you just walk us through the emotions of the first day, going through your media day? Is there like
Man.
a I made it moment?
I'm not going to say I made it. Not going to say I made it yet, but the emotions are, it's crazy. Like the best way I can describe this is like a movie right now, but I'm having fun with it. It's pretty much what it's all about, and ready to be locked in and, go through the season.
Gotcha. And looking at the Pelicans roster, obviously they're pretty full with 15 spots, probably a trip to Birmingham. How are you going to tackle that challenge going from an NBA gym to the G League gym?
Just being where my feet are, just doing what I can and being locked in where I'm at. I feel like that's the most important thing, especially trying to get a call up and trying to get to this level. Just being where your feet are, really locked in, I feel like that's what's going to really help you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a nice one.
got reverse. We got Bruce Lee's on. Bruce Lee colors. What's this process been like for you? Just trying to get back healthy and ready to play some games.
It's been a roller coaster. It's been good though. Just patience, taking your time. You can't rush it, so you just get better every day.
How much have you talked to? I know we talked about it before, but how much have you really talked to Willie, who kind of suffered this injury around the same time in his career of trying to just pick his brain about this?
I've been talking to him a little bit. He just told me to keep going. He did it the same year. He just worked out twice a day, did rehab. He just kept pushing. He's gonna have tough days, but you just keep working. Eventually you're just gonna get over that hump. So that's what I did.
I think Trajan mentioned you're able to play some one-on-one right now. I mean, I assume that means you're running, cutting, jumping, things like that.
Oh yeah, just running, jumping. You playing one-on-one, playing against somebody else. So playing basketball, but just playing one person. So it's going good.
Yeah, we saw the video last year when you met the guys in Atlanta, and Najee talked about him remembering the work y'all were doing when y'all were rookies and stuff like that. Just how much have you kind of leaned on those guys during this process, and just keeping them in your ear to keep you motivated?
I talk to him a lot, but I don't try to focus on that. I just try to move forward. It happened. It's in the past, and that's we in the new season. So now we're working on just getting better, trying to win a championship and be as best as we can be.
And just what do you think when you see this roster and just the talent you guys have from top to bottom?
It's a lot of depth, a lot of guys that can do multiple things, guard multiple positions, play multiple positions on offense. This team is going to be real exciting, real fast-paced team. I can't wait to see it.
Can you talk about just adding another Alabama player to this locker room? You got a few more people from Alabama coming around, and has there been any frustration with the ramp-up process?
As far as the Alabama one, I had to say just another player that I went to school with, one of my brothers, so it make it that much easier to come in the locker room and see somebody you know. And as far as the rehab, no, I'm just going with it day by day. I'm looking at it as a good thing. I'm getting back to playing, so no frustrations for me.
Kyra, what was it like watching the team, go on their run last year, get in the playing tournament, of course, do well there, get in the playoffs and such?
It was good. I was happy for them. They worked so hard. Knowing we started out in the beginning of the year when nobody really thought we'd be in that position. So just seeing it unfold, seeing how the city came out and watched us play, going on the road and, seeing all type of fans going against you, and we just staying together, staying as one team. It was real fun to watch. And like I said, building off the momentum from last year, I can't wait for this year.
Appreciate it.